We're broadcasting live.
Yes, good morning, everyone. This is the council meeting for the town of Mono, held on Wednesday, November 26, 2025. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the Town of Mono Procedural Bylaw 2020-42. Residents can either join our meeting as it's ongoing or view it later on through our website. I can confirm that we have a quorum. Just as a reminder, the location of the emergency exits are in the rear of the council chamber. Members are free to declare pecuniary interest at this point in the meeting or at any point in the meeting, followed up in writing with the clerk. And I'm calling on Councillor Davey to do the acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territories and ancestral lands of the Tionotante, the Arawandran, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connections of Indigenous peoples with its land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you. I have a motion that Council approves the agenda of session 21-2025 as circulated. Do I have a mover? Councillor Davey, seconded by Councillor Mantolo. Any opposition? That motion is carried. I have a further motion that Council approves the minutes of session 19-2025 as circulated. Moved by Councillor Davey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposition? And that motion is carried. I have two proclamations today. The first one pertains to Giving Tuesday. Whereas Giving Tuesday is a national day of generosity taking place on Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025, and whereas Giving Tuesday encourages residents to give as much as they can in whatever way they can to benefit our community, and whereas giving can take many forms, including making a donation, volunteering your time, giving food or other necessities, and helping your neighbors, and whereas local charities and nonprofits need our support to meet the increased needs and demands for services, and whereas the people of Mono have always joined together to serve the community and make a positive impact on behalf of Council, I declare December 2nd, 2025 to be Giving Tuesday in the town of Mono and encourage all residents to give where you live in this holiday season. The second proclamation is National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Whereas on December 6, 1989, a massacre occurred at a Canadian university that shook our nation. A young man walked into École Polytechnique in Montreal and killed 14 women and injured another 10. And whereas the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women takes place during the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, an international campaign that began in 1991 to call out and speak up on gender-based violence, it is also an opportunity to renew our commitment to work to end violence against women, girls, and gender-diverse people. And whereas ending violence against women can be achieved through continued anti-violence educational programs with the constant reminders of our responsibility to treat all members of society with dignity and respect. And whereas we can work together to eliminate violence against women through our individual actions in naming the violence when we witness it and in supporting those who are affected, whether it be at home, school, or the workplace or public spaces. I therefore, on behalf of Council, proclaim December 6, 2025 as National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women in the town of Mono. Thank you. Question period. Fred.
We have several questions that were submitted online in advance, Your Worship. The first question is, Mr. Elwood would like to know the status of the discharge of firearms bylaw. And it will be coming back to council very early in the new year, as council requested and discussed at the last time they reviewed this bylaw. We will be holding another public session to invite the public in to comment on it, which is part of the reason why pushing it out of the budget season when there's enough time to give due consideration to the residents who want to speak to it.
We want to give notice again, basically.
We want to give adequate notice to the residents.
Thank you. Any comments? Thank you. Melinda?
I did have a comment. Sorry, I was writing a note. I did have a minor comment just to kind of put it out there, because this is an example of a bylaw that a question that came from the residents, that we decided was something that was worth public input. So we escalated it to its highest, and its highest included a public meeting, but also a survey. And I recently got a survey from Hydro One. I don't know whether anybody else got a survey from Hydro One. And the format of the survey was really very educational, in addition to the questions. And I thought, we're in this predicament with respect to the firearms bylaw, because when we really scrutinize the survey, which again is a staff project, the council does not tell staff how to do things, they do the things. We tell them we would like a survey. The survey was good, but as we really got looking through it, there were some problems with it. And where we were now saying, after really looking, saying, what exactly did the public tell us that they want from this survey? And so I was wondering whether maybe we could just put it out there, a little pin in that there is this maybe a different way to do a survey that's a little bit more real informative, and then asking the question. Just, that was my comment.
Mindful that we don't always do surveys when we...
No, but when it's something really important, because there was we all get the emails from our residents, and there was an email that came saying that, you already had public, why are you coming back with it, and so on. And so in an effort to really always be educating and getting all the information out to residents as much as we can, I was just thinking that maybe, because you do, when you make a survey, want it to be really short, because you want people to engage. But then on the other hand, how do you know that their answer to the question, they understood the context?
Fred.
So the next question is asking, why is the town of Mono Fire Services for 2024 revenue as a percent of expenditure now at 4% compared to previous years?
Sorry, what? The question was why our fire revenue? Sorry. Oh, yeah. My eyesight isn't that good. I can't answer that. I mean, we get revenues, we being the Shelburne District Fire Board, when we collect from insurance claims or MTO on accidents on the highway. That's where the revenues come from.
Maybe a question for Les. Is the 4% a decline?
Thank you, Your Worship. So from the question, I'm getting that the percentage of revenues is declining compared to the expenditures, which is true. The revenues we do get are for MVC accidents, but as council is aware, our fire calls also cover medical costs, our medical calls. So that as a percentage of total fire calls, medical calls are increasing. So we do not get revenues for that. Plus, if you recall, there was one budget year that the province or the fire marshal's office mandated new training for all the firefighters. So that cost also increased. So there are costs that are increasing faster than our revenues, but the main reason we don't get revenues for medicals.
We've had considerable increase in our fire budgets, at least one of them, maybe not others. Thank you.
So the next question asks, would the town bring back a bylaw such as 98-15, that the town would recover costs from residents for all residents involved in MVC, sorry, all non-residents involved in motor vehicle collisions.
Wouldn't cover
I know,
it.
Wouldn't cover the costs?
Do we cover them now?
Yeah.
We don't cover them now.
So-
Is the bylaw not working?
Oh, let's-
Help me to understand this. I seem to have authored something in 1998.
Just for clarification, we do have a contract with Orangeville and Caledon, and we are part of the fire boards, Shelburne and Rosemont. So when the fire department does go out, I mean, we're obligated to pay for the fire department. I mean, that's our obligation. But on the flip side, when it is an MVC, whether it's for a resident or a non-resident, we do bill for the insurance companies. So we do have to cover the cost, but we do get reimbursed, hopefully, with our insurance claims.
Go ahead.
So Les, in clarification then, the question was, can you bring back the bylaw? The bylaws don't go away. It's there, and it's being done. So I didn't see, is this a second question from the first person, from the same person? So wanting to know whether we're not doing something that we had said we were going to do, but in actual fact, we are doing it. It's just that that things have changed with respect, right?
Okay, hopefully that explains it. I'm a little confused myself. Okay, Fred?
So the next question, Your Worship, is will the town amend the bylaw so every false alarm, and I'm assuming this means false fire alarm, the ratepayer is charged a fee? The bylaw currently states that on the second false alarm in any 12-month period, the property owner is charged a fee, which is currently $3,000.
Fred?
Just my opinion, I would say no, I would not be in favor of that. We have an allowance of one call in the bylaw because sometimes people's fire alarms go off accidentally and they're told don't let it happen again.
And Fred, maybe you could give us a quick course on frequency with which a bill is actually sent out versus the number of total calls.
I'd have to get that for you, Your Worship. We don't send out very many, I don't believe, but I don't have that information at the tip of my fingers.
And that was a statistic that was reported to our police service board when we had one. And now that we're part of the group, that doesn't appear to be a feature of that fire board's consideration. Not that it would necessarily be one. Police board, I should say.
Yeah. So again, on the assumption that this question was about the fire false alarms, that is the bylaw for false fire alarms.
Yeah.
On the second one in a 12-month period and a $3,000 fee. And again, I'll get the answer for council on how often and what the percentage is.
But there was at least some accountability to the police service board when we had one. I'm not sure why, because it was sort of out of the scope, but there was a sort of routine reporting to the police service board on the stats.
There is a false police bylaw, false police alarm bylaw as well.
Okay.
Yeah, they're two different things, right? We do, I sit on the Shelburne District Fire Board and the Rosemont, and we do get every time we have, and Rosemont meets quarterly, and Shelburne is trying to do monthly, and we do get the itemization of the calls per, like I always beeline to look at what's going on in Mono, but it's all the other municipalities as well, and so it's not pulled out specifically to say that here's the tally of the false alarms, and I don't know whether. Do we? If there is an addition, then Fred, the fire board or the fire chief contacts you that to know that the bylaw has been tripped with respect to fire? If they're not, right? Because if the police were keeping the tally already, right? Or do they or no?
Again, I'll have to investigate what the actual process is for tracking and issuing those fees.
Thank you, and I may have been conflating the false police calls with fire. Any other questions from the public? Anyone in the gallery with a question?
Yes, I have a question. It's Bradley, Mayor Harmon. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. I just wanted to see what's the plan. Obviously, last time I was on as a delegation for the Purple Hill community and specifically related to the park. As you know, the park hasn't been updated since I think it was 2001 or 2002. So we're reaching 22 years. Typically, the standard is, I think it's every 15 years or so.
Bradley, I'll jump in to start with. It is a budget item. We're in the process of debating the budget, so there is an allocation within the current draft budget for refurbishment of that park.
Yes, and so as a member of the public, I'd appreciate not being interrupted. But more importantly, I would definitely like to see council seriously kind of recollect the intentions that was provided during the time that we had the delegation. The community put a significant amount of time into this, and based on what I've been hearing over past meetings, it doesn't sound like there's a significant amount of push in this direction. And once again, it feels like this council doesn't really.
Oh, he's cutting out.
cutting out.
He must be cutting out.
Okay. Bradley, are you there?
All right, can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can now hear you.
Wonderful. So I was just saying that we definitely want to see some more action and less talk when it comes to the Purple Hill Park. We've seen action taken on pretty much every other park except for here, and we just don't want it to be brushed under the rug another year. So I'm hopeful that this council takes it seriously and recognizes the effort that's gone in the past to bring this to your attention, and that there has been a lot of words around what was going to happen and that you guys were taking it seriously. I'd just like to see that follow through and in action when you guys look at the budget and when you look at what you've spent in the past on the other parks.
Does anyone have any comments?
Yes, thank you very much for bringing our attention. I was waiting for you to come because I knew that you had come with a petition. Have you been able to, and the members of your community been able to watch the budget and hear, or should we have another comment at this moment from our Director of Recreation on this issue for you?
Oh, I can't speak for anyone else who's watching, but I can speak for myself that, yeah, sure, if you want to revisit it.
Kim?
Kim, maybe just describe what's in the budget.
Should this be delayed till the budget discussion?
Well, I think Bradley's online. We can accommodate him.
With all due respect, Your Worship, we haven't finalized the budget yet, so.
Well, that's what I said.
Right, which is, so my requesting that while we have a member of the community online asking a question, that we reiterate from our staff about this park. The accusation is that we're not paying attention, right? Or not, accusation is a loaded word, I don't mean that. But and that in case you haven't heard, because this has been discussed in the budget, and yes, will likely be discussed in a couple of hours at the budget, but this is an opportunity for Mr. Mayor Harmon to hear, Mr. Mayor Harmon, to hear from Kim regarding this particular park.
So Kim, I'm going to
But
suggest.
does Mr. Mayor Harmon also want to hear that that's a 2% increase to the tax rate?
Okay, that
For
is getting
everybody?
that is getting into the budget discussion.
I
Kim-
agree, so it's only half a conversation we're having here.
Kim, if I can make one simple suggestion, just tell us exactly what is in the budget. When we get to the budget debate, you can tell council the rationale for it being in the budget. I think everyone knows what that is here, but we should indicate to Mr. Mayor Harmon that it is in the budget, and as I recall, it is a combination of both a reserve amount and a tax-supported amount.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so in Recreation's capital budget, it has been put forward for the replacement of the playground equipment and surfacing at Purple Hill Park, for new equipment to go in and for there to be a rubberized surface. The amount for that has been requested at $250,000 based on the park that was just done at Lynn Gibson, or the playground that was just done at Lynn Gibson. In reserves for this playground, we have $104,000, which left the Recreation Department asking for an additional $146,000 to be added to this item for the replacement of the equipment and the surfacing.
Okay. So Bradley, I think if you're able to, this will be debated as part of the overall budget discussion later on in the morning. But thank you for your comments, and we'll be mindful of them.
Okay, if I may, can I make one more statement?
Sure.
Comment? Look, I totally respect the fact that you're being fiduciary, like financially responsible as best as you can. But I do completely discard the notion that somehow there's a special tax, or this Purple Hill Park being maintained is somehow an additional tax on the community of Mono. The reality is we have reserve funds and we have allotments and budgets every year that go towards building these reserve funds so that you can maintain these infrastructure. Whenever you do parks in the past, you don't tell everyone, say, it's because of this park we're increasing taxes by 2%. No, you do this, that's your job as a council and as the town, is to plan for these expenses, not to then turn around and say we can't do these expenses because it's going to increase our costs. This is just like a condo corporation. These are expenses that need to be planned for, and I just don't think it's fair to this community to turn around and suggest that we're the reason taxes are increasing as opposed to the parks that you've done in the previous years. That's all. And I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. I'm not suggesting it's easy. You're balancing on a fence here between multiple interests. But, you know, I think we've been very patient, and we've put a lot of work into communicating our concerns and our interests. And I hope that you guys take that into account when you make your decision.
Yeah. Ralph?
No, thanks, Bradley. I appreciate your concerns and voicing them here. I've sat on council for 3 terms now. I cannot ever recall us blaming the increase in tax rate on any particular item. We do look at individual items as a way of decreasing the tax rate, but we don't blame an item such as this playground as the reason why the tax rate's going up 1 or 2% or whatever.
Thank you. I think on that note, we'll pick up the debate later on this morning.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
One other person online, I don't know if he has a question.
Val, do you have any questions for us?
Sorry, no, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions in the gallery. Seeing none, we'll go on to list of unfinished business and deferred council business. Any comments or questions about that list? Seeing none, next item on the agenda is the Rayfield Municipal Drain, and we have representatives.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I did put my hand up, perhaps
Sorry,
you
Elaine,
didn't
I
see it.
missed you.
Yeah, sorry. I just have to find my note now on that lovely. Well, I just want to say I appreciate the updates that have been made to the unfinished business and the status updates that have been made. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Rayfield Municipal Drain, and we have a representative from RJ Burnside's with us today, I believe. Thank you. Come on forward and just activate your microphones and give us your names for the record?
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Sid Vanderveen. I'm a representative of Burnside, and Burnside is your drainage superintendent.
My name is Miles Douglas. I also work at Burnside, and I'm helping Gerd Uderstadt with this file. Yeah.
So we have your report. There may well be questions about it. And we also have representations from affected parties, whether they be pro or con in terms of rehabilitation of the drain. I'll just open it up to council. Unless you have a presentation that you would like to make.
If you are open to that, then yes, we would like to present the full amount of information as a supplement to the report.
If you can do that briefly, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely.
Okay. Sorry. No, that's fine. No, I thought you were asking council. Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'm having internet problems again, so don't mind me. Go ahead.
So just a chronology of events, there was a request for maintenance of the Rayfield drain, and the Rayfield drain has existed for almost 100 years. It's been updated, but it has been around for a period of time. There was a request for maintenance that was filed in August of this year. And council directed Gerd Uderstadt to investigate that, which he did and reported back. In the meantime, there has been a request for abandonment of the drain, and that was subsequently updated and additional signatures added. And so now we're at the point where we have, on one hand, council's dealing with a request for maintenance or repair, and council's dealing with a request to abandon. How do you deal with that? So first of all, the request for maintenance or repair, because it was put in writing, council actually potentially has a liability if they don't perform the work. That comes from Section 79 of the Drainage Act. I don't expect you to know that, but there is a responsibility on councils to maintain and repair the municipal drains for which they have in their jurisdiction. So the second part, I want to talk a little bit more about the petition for abandonment. And Mr. Simpson, if you could put up the flow chart.
It'll come up on screen very shortly.
Thank you. This is an abandonment flow chart that was produced by the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness, just showing the procedures of how you go about abandoning a drain. So if you look on the left side of the screen, it says property owner or owners petition councils to abandon a drain, and then the first decision is the petition valid, yes or no? We've gone through the analysis of that petition, and even with the additional supplemental signatures, we don't find it meets the criteria in the Drainage Act itself. But I do want to point out on the right-hand side of the flow chart, right at the top, if council decides that this is something that they want to do, they can initiate it on their own outside of the whole petition by landowners process. So there's times that a drain doesn't serve a useful purpose, and so councils may say, we want to abandon this, get it off of our books. So how does that work? So if council passes a resolution to abandon a drain, then the next thing that would happen is you would send out notice to the property owners in the watershed, particularly the ones that are assessed for benefit, the ones that derive a benefit based on the last report. Those property owners would have a right to request the report of an engineer on the abandonment of a drain. Normally, those would be property owners that are in opposition to it. And then the engineer would have to make an evaluation on whether or not the abandonment is justified. And if the engineer supports it and there's no appeal on that, then council passes a bylaw and you abandon the drain. However, if property owners ask for the report of an engineer and the engineer says, no, there's still landowners that depend on this drain, we don't recommend it, then it sets up a potential appeal. Either way, it could set up a potential appeal. So the best thing that I could do is I researched some court decisions. There's an appeal body under the Drainage Act called the referee. It's basically a judge that deals strictly with the Drainage Act. And there was actually an appeal about 30 years ago where a property owner requested maintenance of a drain. A downstream property owner opposed it, submitted a petition for abandonment. They appointed an engineer. The engineer said, no, that upstream landowner, that upstream farmer still requires this drain for the drainage of his land. And so he said, I don't actually support it. It was appealed to the referee, and the referee said, in this case, I believe that number one, the petition wasn't valid for abandonment of the drain. Number two, the drain still serves a useful purpose it's a need for the upstream landowners. And so they said, no, the petition for abandonment is not supported. Now, I give you that information just for your awareness. You have the right, as indicated at the top of the flow chart, you have the right to request the abandonment on your own, but I wanted you to be aware of that potential decision.
Okay. Yeah, Fred, go.
I listened to what you said, and thanks. When you say in that court case, there was a decision that there was a need for the drain upstream, there was a property owner that needed the drain. You didn't add the words, but this is what I'm asking you actually. The need for the drain is because of agricultural purposes? I mean, it's not a need for the drain that you've got some water at the back end of your lawn and you want a drain to get the drain is there to further agricultural purposes, right? Or am I wrong?
Through you, Your Worship, in this particular case, there is agricultural land, but please don't get hung up on the fact that it is an agricultural drain. The municipal drains can serve any type of land use. It's not just agricultural land. In this case, there is an upstream agricultural property that does depend on it, but it could be a residential subdivision. It could be an industrial subdivision or a road, for example. So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, and particularly, I know that we read the agenda, but that our public who watches this doesn't, and so it is not a given that everybody who's watching. Are you now going to go back and tell us about the actual report of whether this warrant is warranted? Or are we only going to talk about abandonment? Because there's two, as you say, there are two issues here at hand, but I feel that the actual original request has been kind of hijacked by the abandonment issue. Are we going to go back to that, or was that not your plan?
I can't say that I had a plan one way or another. What I wanted you to be aware of, and obviously you are, but that there's two conflicting activities going on, and my purpose for telling you about the court decision is to give you guidance on how to decide which action to take. So and you decide whatever you need to decide, but if I read this court decision and the precedents that it sets, I would suggest to you that if you decided to go down the path of continuing with the abandonment, I don't predict what an engineer would say in an engineer's report, but it very well may be that the court would say, no, town of Mono, you have a responsibility to maintain this drain, so now the request for maintenance becomes paramount.
And a follow-up on that, that's why I'm asking that actually, we already have a report, do we not? Yours. to say that that it is required for a portion of it, right? And so so I know that because I read it, and we've all been just discussing it because there's a resident petition. But could you highlight those things for us? Is this just your opinion that it was just an agricultural thing, that it really isn't needed and so on? Or was there something deep behind this that makes you come to your conclusion? Could we talk about that?
Yes, so GERD did do a report on the maintenance of the drain, and I'm going to now pass it over to Miles, who actually walked the drain, which I didn't.
Yeah, so in response to the request for maintenance on October 27th, council directed us to go and investigate and report back. September 3rd, we completed the inspection, and as indicated on GERD's letter of October 6th, there's beaver dams, two obstructed culverts, both on the north and south side of Paul Hinsberger's property, and then there's extensive siltation in the upper portion. In addition to that, there's 2 8-inch tile outlets coming from the East Camilla Heights property that are currently below the grade line of the ditch. So saying all that, our recommendation was to complete the maintenance on the attached plan. And I think this is a compromise, starting at station 4190, reducing the impact on the fish and the fish habitat downstream, while still providing an outlet for those tiles and as well for Paul Hinsberger and his flooding on his property.
Ralph?
If I may, can we pull up the plan?
Yeah,
Miles
yeah.
prepared a plan.
The one with the both, yeah.
So do you want to?
Yeah, again, so this is the Rayfield Municipal Drain. In purple, those are the 2 properties requesting the maintenance. In blue, those are the properties that have petitioned for abandonment. And in the dark blue, that is the area that we are recommending maintenance work being conducted on.
Thank you. I raise this question particularly because some of the proponents of the abandonment have raised it. Is the drain still necessary for the proper maintenance of these 2 lands?
Yes, in our opinion, yes, to provide an outlet for those tiles and provide drainage for Paul Hinsberger's property, yes.
Fisheries and Oceans have done some type of report. I don't think I've seen that.
Yes, there's been several site visits by DFO biologists and numerous correspondence in the past several years. The initial proposal was to go further downstream through negotiation and back and forth. They last indicated in 2017, station 4700. So if you see on the plan there, that is the right in the middle. 4700 is just upstream of where we're proposing. They indicated in 2017 that possibly no authorization, if we start at 4700, no authorization is required. After that point, we held off on the further discussion and receiving final authorization until this abandonment and this request has been.
Sorry, what do you mean by no authorization?
This is Chris Bieberhofer, the biologist with the DFO, indicated that they wouldn't have any concerns and no authorization would be required for that 4700, station 4700, 4700 upstream to the upstream limits.
Yeah, I'm just not, your lingo is that no authorization, meaning that
The
you could just
DFO
go ahead and do it, they're
Yeah,
fine with it.
yes, that's
If you only
correct.
want to go to there. If you want to
Yes.
go any further,
Then
then
there'd
maybe
be-
there's some fish involved and whatever, and
Exactly.
we'll have a look at it.
Yeah,
So then
that's
they have
correct.
come back and looked at it, is now, or that's what you've done?
That's kind of where it left off.
Okay.
And then we're just kind of waiting on the resolution of this abandonment maintenance to finalize that plan.
Well, that kind of leaves us with a bit of a hole, doesn't it? If you, I mean, we because we have these two streams of requests now, we really truly can't address the abandonment issue, really, unless we find, well, unless you want to take a crapshoot of whether a future engineer is going to tell you that you shoulda. But we really need to know fully whether this should be and will benefit the upstream properties, if it's all cleaned out or all kept, or like, so are we waiting on something more? Is that what you're saying?
So we did a survey in 2015. Starting at station 4700, working upstream, that will come right up to the invert of the tile outlet, so that'll work. We're just proposing a little bit more work downstream so that there's a little more gradient on that section and perhaps a little bit of freeboard on those tiles. Hopefully that answers your question.
If I can jump in.
Yeah.
If you do work upstream, doesn't that impact downstream? Does that not set off a torrent of silt and muck that impacts the fishery downstream?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if I may, first of all, to be very clear, yes, in our opinion, this maintenance of the drain is required because there are pipes that that are submerged from some of these upstream property owners. So as far as we're concerned, it's needed. In terms of impacts of the maintenance, there are conditions that are followed with almost every maintenance and repair project, such as trying to complete the project when it is as dry as possible, putting silt fence, silt controls in place, making sure that after the work is done, you revegetate and the banks. We try to minimize the environmental impacts. Obviously, there will be some impacts, but we try to minimize them as much as possible because of the impacts on the environment. And again, this is something that Fisheries and Oceans has said, upstream from 4700, you're good to go.
Can I just follow up, and then Ralph has a question? You say maintenance is required. Is there any indication that the property that is owned by a developer that is currently being farmed is waterlogged, or that agriculture is somehow inhibited by the current condition of the drain? It looks like a pretty dry piece of land to me. Has the farmer complained?
He's on here saying he wants this service.
Well, no, the property owner, East Camilla.
Yeah, East Camilla. Yeah.
But
Right,
I'm
and
talking about whoever East Camilla rents.
Yeah.
But the
land
act
out.
doesn't, the act says it doesn't have anything to do with the renter, it has to do with the owner.
Well,
You have to follow the act, you can't pick and choose.
I disagree. I think it would be more of an issue if the farmer was meeting difficult conditions in terms of producing a crop off that land, and I understand the other parcel is tree plantation. Is that not correct?
So just with respect to the farmer at the top end for the East Camilla Heights, that's Glenn Whiteside. And last night I was just going back in the file, reviewing all the notes. And there's a few acres at the upstream end of the drain, around the drain, that he does not work because they're too wet. And he just took that as how it was. Yeah.
That's good to know. Ralph?
One of the other issues that has come up is the possibility that this, the engineering activity might bring in some undesirable plants, particularly Phragmites. And Phragmites, as you know, is brought in often on equipment or shovels for people's boots or things, and people who work with it are taught to be very careful with cleaning themselves, et cetera, and their equipment. Is that something that can be done so that you're reasonably sure you're not bringing Phragmites into this area?
You can grab it, yeah, like protocols with it.
Yeah, so normally there are protocols for equipment entering onto sites to make sure that it's clean before it enters onto it for exactly that sort of a reason that you're talking about. And yes, Phragmites is a significant issue, and it's ever growing, and it's not something that we want to encourage the spread of.
Okay. So just one other comment, and it follows the mayor's comment about the importance to the present landowner. And I'm trying to understand this. I'm looking at what are called fact sheets that are put out by the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture. It appears to me that it doesn't really matter what the present owner is doing. It's all about the land because it's going to be owned by somebody else in the future. And so we have to maintain the land for future possible use, so that whether or not somebody is using the land right now for what you consider agriculture, and by the way, forestry is agriculture. It's considered as agriculture. And if the ban is planting trees, it probably falls into that. But it probably doesn't matter. That's my understanding. It says, it is with this in mind that the engineer must make an assessment regardless of the present owner's intentions. Is that your understanding?
Absolutely. Yeah, the engineer is, so I'm not sure exactly which one you're reading, which fact sheet that is. Can you just?
Did you provide these to us? I'm not sure how.
Could very well be.
This is, whether this helps you or not, it's order number 92035, and it was printed in March, or reprinted in March 1997.
Sorry, what's the title of it?
It's called Understanding Drainage Assessments.
Okay. Yeah, so that focused more on the cost sharing of municipal drains when an engineer's report is done. In this case, even though we represent an engineering firm, no engineer, when it comes to maintenance or repair, no engineer needs to be involved. We just happen to serve as your drainage superintendent. There are a lot of municipalities that have employees that serve as drainage superintendents, so there's no engineering involved whatsoever. So it's a little bit different in that fact sheet because you're talking about a brand new drain where the engineer would assess properties based on what the engineer feels is the value to that particular property. In this case, you have a Rayfield Municipal Drain Report that was adopted by bylaw. It really is your infrastructure. Your infrastructure that hasn't been managed for many years, and now you've got a request for maintenance, and again, there's the potential liability tag associated with it. So you have a duty. What complicates things is you've got this request for abandonment, and how do you juggle the two? Miles is ready to go with maintenance if you choose to go down that path. But if you say, no, we want to focus more on the abandonment of the drain and go through that process, then I don't think it would be responsible to go ahead with the maintenance while you're undertaking to abandon the drain. So that's the advice that we're trying to give you. So I don't think we should be proceeding with the maintenance until the abandonment is dealt with one way or another.
Elaine, and then I have a question for you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for all this good information. Have we ever in the past not maintained one of our drains? That's a question to, I guess, either the CAO or the Director of Public Works, if that fits with under his... So through Your Worship, like, have we decided ever to not maintain a drain?
So through Your Worship to Councillor Capes, as noted in Burnside's report to Council, this had some maintenance in 1966, I believe. And as for any request for maintenance prior to this one, I'm unaware of drains. The only drain abandonment we've ever done in the town is the leader drain, and the leader drain now sits on top of the Monoam Public School, and the Cardinal Woods Phase 2 is a portion of the old leader drain. It's been supplemented by stormwater pipe systems now, and there is a drainage ditch in between Compass Church and so that's the only abandonment, and I'm not even sure if it went through the abandonment or it went through subdivision design and control. The town does have, there is another section that we did maintain, which was the reach of the Nottawasaga, Bailey Creek drain. And Sid, I think you did a report for Beaton, for New Tecumseth. There's a small reach of the Nottawasaga, which crosses Mono Agila town line near Five Side Road. So no abandonments to the best of my knowledge.
So,
Okay, thank you very much. And a further question, what is the downside of, what is the pro and con of, first of all, what's the downside of maintaining this section of the drain?
Through you, your worship, I don't see a downside, provided we make sure that, that fisheries and oceans are on board with whatever we're proposing, and if authorizations are required, that we do so, that we satisfy their conditions. So I don't see a downside. We'd also have to get the Conservation Authority approval in something like this, which is important, but we haven't gone down that path yet. The downside of not doing maintenance, if that's your supplemental question, is you have property owners that have expressed on more than one occasions, particularly Paul Hinsberger, that maintenance is required, and he has the option to take this matter to the court of the referee and claim damages for the municipality not maintaining the drain. The downside, I'm going to, part two of this, the downside of trying to maintain the drain all the way to the end is you would be disrupting fish habitat. It's some pretty significant and important fish habitat, not something to be taken seriously. And that's why we don't propose that. It's important to maintain that. I personally wouldn't recommend that even that section be abandoned. I would recommend we don't do any excavation work in there, but if there's a beaver dam or anything like that in that lower section of the municipal drain, then you at least have the authority to go in and remove the obstruction and make sure that the water keeps flowing while minimizing the impact on fish and fish habitat.
so the question is going to arise.
Thank you. And a subsequent question would be, what's the
Excuse-
downside of
Elaine,
abandonment?
Can I circle back to you? Who pays for all of this? I need, the public needs to know, because they'll be watching this, and they'll be curious as to how these costs are apportioned. Who's paying for your reports right now?
So,
That's the point.
so there's two questions there. The first of all, who pays for the cost of the drainage superintendent? That is municipal council. The costs are charged to the general funds of the municipality. OMAFRA, Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness, pays a 50% grant towards the cost of employing a drainage superintendent. So that is to encourage the municipal management of municipal drains. For the physical work that would be done on a drain maintenance project, the Act makes it very clear. It's assessed in accordance with the existing assessment schedule. So every report, engineer's report, contains an assessment schedule that says, here's how we divvy up the costs. Everything under the Drainage Act for physical activity is user pay. But it adds the clause in there upstream. So if we look at the plan again and show where we're proposing to do maintenance, none of the downstream properties would be assessed any share of the cost. It would be predominantly East Camilla Heights and Paul Hinsberger, with some probably going to
Yeah.
Josh,
Yep.
and a tiny bit to the roads and some of the upstream lots as well.
Elaine, you had a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just to understand, what is the downside of the abandonment?
Well, first of all, to start the abandonment process, it's going to trigger some responses from other property owners. If the drain is abandoned, let's go through the scenario where you start the abandonment process and it actually gets abandoned. What could happen is Hinsberger or East Camilla Heights could petition to make it into a municipal drain again. And we go through this whole exercise because they've indicated that they need drainage. So that's the one downside. The other downside is you still have this, you may still face actually a claim for damages because you've got a request for maintenance that has not been dealt with yet. So if they can prove that they've experienced damages as a result of not maintaining this drain, they could come back to the township, the town, sorry, my apologies.
Thank you.
Thanks for those questions, Elaine. That was a good way to angle it though. Going back to the mayor's question about the cost. So the cost of having us be able to have expert opinion so that the council can make a decision, that cost is borne by the taxpayers, all of us in the municipality, 50%, and 50% from a higher government, which again, we get all our money from there too. They get all the money from us too. So it's funded. So, but when there's actual work that needs to be done, it's, what did you say? That's a great expression, user pay user, what did you say?
Yes, yeah, it's user pay. The
User
cost
pay.
of the actual equipment work would be charged to the property
If
owners.
it's more on my property, I pay more. If it's less on yours, you pay less, and together it gets paid, the municipality. But the municipality, by having this Municipal Drainage Act and by having a superintendent and everything, we have facilitated this for these multiple property owners and arguably everything downstream of downstream, right? If you all of a sudden change the volume because there's, massive from the heavens, the water eventually goes down, right? So having the act and having the drain still there gives us the ability moving forward to be able to facilitate something for landowners should there be a problem in the future. And if we don't have a municipal drain there, we now no longer, we save some money, we save the 50% of your fee, but we also then leave our residents of the future potentially having a problem that they need to sort out, or they be like a farmer who just says, oh yeah, that's a part I can't work on. And yet knowing that there really was a solution back a century ago, and somebody along the way decided not to have that anymore. So the oversight is something that is of value, you're saying?
Yes.
The ability to have.
The ability to manage it. And I didn't say this facetiously, but if it's abandoned and property owners still have a need for improved drainage, where else is that water going to go? There's only one place for it to go. They have every right to go one day after you've abandoned the drain, we're going to petition to make it into a municipal drain, and then you start a far more expensive process where engineers get involved in public meetings and establishing new criteria, so.
But where does the issue become when you have a piece of property, like things change? I have some trails, and I walk and maintain my trails all the time, and there's a rock there today. There wasn't a rock there yesterday, there's a rock today. Like stuff is on, and then of course the trees and branches and everything, these are always changing. So if we didn't have a municipal drain and we've abandoned this in the future, then it would just be up to, it's like, well, it's too bad, your property's wet, what can you do? Well, maybe I could bring in some land and try to change my grade, or, right, like you would leave individual property owners in the future to be mucking about with the land, as opposed to this concerted, well thought out, been around for a long time angle of maintaining a large portion, right? Is that like, so the big question is then for the municipality, is it worth it to keep doing that, or do you just let your landowners, do their own thing?
If I may, I'm going to answer your question with a question. Do you ever have property owners come to council with drainage issues because of disputes between property owners?
Oh, yes.
Well, and that's the situation where you would end up with if the drain was abandoned. I could foresee that somebody starts blocking the flow of water or, sorry, I've dealt with drainage for 35 years, and I used to be in the position at the Ministry of Agriculture and Food, and I dealt with people with drainage issues all the time. The reason for the Drainage Act in the first place was to provide a vehicle, a mechanism for property owners to solve drainage issues without having to go to court every time. And so the act was set up to say, okay, if you get a proper petition to establish a drain, we're going to do this and we're going to develop a communal solution. And so if you abandon it, who's responsible for it? You're right, it's private property owners. What if they say, we have a beaver dam on our property and we really like it, but the guy upstream says, hey, it's flooding my land and I'm trying to farm it. There's no management, there's no control, no ability to do something with it. So the fact that it's municipal infrastructure, that the municipality, Miles and GERD, have the right to enter onto land in order to perform, to investigate, to inspect, and to actually perform the maintenance or repair work is an asset, in my opinion.
So I'm told we have a motion here, but just before we get to that, if we could pull up the map again. So the property that is identified as East Camilla Heights, Inc. is held by a developer. And at the time the Camilla subdivision went in, the area that is held by East Camilla Heights, Inc. was designated as potential development subject to a secondary plan. That's my recollection of it. And I don't know, Mike, if you can confirm that?
So the fact that it's named Camilla Heights, I'm not sure of the history of it. There's definitely not a secondary expansion to the Medill subdivision.
It was always thought to be potential development subject to a secondary plan.
Right, it's definitely zoned rural at this point.
Yeah, but I remember the discussions quite vividly.
But
if we got it, go ahead.
Before council proceeds to the motion, I'll let you finish, your worship, but I would like to provide some opinions for council.
Okay. My speculation is that if that land was ever, the zoning or official plan was changed such that it was developed, are we not basically solving that landowner's problem with an extension or a cleaning out of the municipal drain? Whereas if it were, if housing went in there, it would be things like retention ponds and so forth that would take care of any water issues. Or am I totally off base here?
Far be it for me to say that you're totally off base, but you're partially off base.
Okay, go ahead. Not the first time.
Any development that would happen is still going to be subject to stormwater management, to drainage controls. But regardless of whether the drain is there or is not there, any stormwater management is going to need an outlet. They can't just discharge it onto somebody else. So I'm picturing stormwater management ponds in there 20 years from now if that land gets developed. Where do those ponds discharge to? And because they're collecting water and they're directing it someplace. Having the municipal drain is definitely an asset, but that's also part of the reason why they want to keep that municipal drain and do not want it abandoned. And I want to make it, I know I said it before, but I want to repeat it again. The Drainage Act is not restricted to agricultural use. It is being used by developers to get outlet. Last night I was at a public information meeting where cottage owners along a lakefront were going, we need to have some better control, and so they're considering using the Drainage Act to try to manage the lake levels on that particular lake. So there's a variety of different uses. The Act says where land requires drainage, you have the right to petition your municipality for a drainage works.
Okay, thank you. Mike, and then And then I have a motion at some point, but then Ralph and then the motion.
So it's not my position as CAO to direct council by any means, but I do believe as the administrative leader, it is my position to provide my opinions on matters. With respect to the drain, it was installed in 1928 for a reason. It was cleaned in 1966, obviously because of another reason. The current maintenance from a impediment point of view is being, speak to beavers, is probably being meticulously done by landowners. There is some beaver dams apparently in the north end, but that doesn't guarantee that this will occur forever, which would mean a potential for future blocking. The impact of the dams or siltation of the current drain will only increase over time. And if Andrew, I think I can share my screen to something that Burnside has not provided in their report is an aerial photo that I think explains a lot better. Sorry. Council will see the north limit of the drain that is being impeded now by the lack of flow. You can see how the farmer's land is getting wetter, is wet, and he is undergoing around it right now. And whether or not he just realized he has a municipal drain and an opportunity to apply for abandonment is in front of council now. There's a potential that the loss of farmland and with the outlet would only continue to grow. Mr. Hinsberger's in this area noted here to the left. The area that is currently getting underwater is the green square. He's unable to grow forestization, and that does sit in council's 3Es to continue to forest the property, and this will only continue to grow. Also in council's 3Es, in respect to Mr. Best, there is the protection of fish hatcheries and fish in the environment. So Mr. Best is correct that this is the downstream portion is definitely has a reach of trout. But I hope council respects the fact that if this drain is cleaned out, the reach of the trout is 700 meters more in a cold water stream that does provide future fish habitry and a further reach for that. So as the drain continues to silt, my belief is it will move downstream into the proponents that wish to abandon it, and I believe it subjects council to future liability with respect to not maintaining it. So those are my opinions, and I guess one more comment with respect to the impacts of fish and wildlife. There's timing windows that you're allowed to be in the stream. We do bridges and culverts and roadworks all around the streams that contain fish in Mono, and successfully. I'm not aware of any dead trout that we've done because of our works, and we respect the Conservation Authority conditions of permits, and the DFO would have similar conditions that we would respond to. So those are my opinions for council to hear.
Ralph and then Melinda. And then Fred.
Thank you. My question is about the plan. The plan is, shall we say, a restricted plan from what it was originally thought. You were thinking originally that you might go all the way down to the line through Mr. Best's property, et cetera. But now the proposal currently starts at, I don't know what you call the point, but it's halfway up there. And I understand the reasons for that. My question is, do you have a reasonable assurance that in, I think it's about 3/4 of a meter of silting in has occurred there? If you do make that deeper, will it be able to flow, or has the downstream part that's going through Mr. Best, et cetera, property also silted in, so that it'll have to need some work? So it's a question about water levels, I guess, downstream.
Yeah. As I mentioned before, we surveyed in 2015, including downstream, and starting at either 4190 or 4700, which is the 45-degree bend there, both will provide an outlet and resolve the drainage. Both will resolve the drainage at the top end of the drain. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's been surveyed and confirmed. That will resolve it, yeah.
Okay, so to be a little more blunt, you're not going to need to go in and dig out the lower section because it's not adequate?
No, we will not.
Thank you very much. All this is terrific to get a real handle on exactly the pros and cons of everything. The idea that has been floated that this silt will go down and create a problem. But this work is going to be done by people who know what they're doing. But I guess it does, right? I mean, every time you put your foot in and it all clouds up or whatever. So, like, what is to further Councillor Mangtelo's last remark? Like, how do we know that, then that's the reason why we want to keep the municipal drain, would be so that we would have the ability to help people in the future. But how do we know that it's not going, that dredging it up isn't going to shift our problem, make the beavers go away from there and then the beavers go down further south? Is there any, do you have any kind of a sense of, well, if we clear this part out, and it's been since 1966, which is, 55 years or whatever. So are we going to, or maybe to 2015, because that was when it was first flagged, right, 10 years ago. Are we going to get, is it going to be good for a long period of time, or is there a chance that you do this little bit and then you got to, oh, shoot, you got to do this now?
There's no guarantees. It's a water course, and beaver are a component of that. But that's also the reason why it's there, is to be able to manage it. What we try to encourage is, where does sediment come from? How does deposition actually happen? I would be talking to the farmer about, can you keep your equipment further away from the drain so that you don't have sediment going into it and depositing it in there? And new drains that are being done today under an engineer's report, they're actually incorporating buffers along municipal drains. This is a maintenance project, so it doesn't apply, but by incorporating some of that, you can minimize some of the sediment movement into drains, but you can't dictate the beaver and the beaver dams and the impact that it may have. And so I'm not going to say that it's not going to happen, not going to be needed for another 60 years, because it probably will be.
Just before I recognize Fred, something you just said about encouraging the farmer to stay away from the drain, is that not already occurring by virtue of the aerial photograph that we just saw?
It's happening just because the drain's not maintained, but it's not a requirement by law. That's what I'm getting at. If you build it into a drain, I'm sorry, I raised another thing that is done for new municipal drains, but if you incorporate it as part of the drain design, you can actually say, here's this 3-meter buffer along the top of the bank of the drain. You are not allowed to farm that. We're going to compensate you for that loss of land, but you're going to keep away from it. if you've driven down 401 and you go through like Chatham area, they'll farm right up to the edge of the drain, and that's a huge contributor to sediment loading into a water course. Love for them to not do that, but they do, and until there's a law that forces them not to, they're probably going to continue to do that. That's not the case here, but it's still something that, as farming practices, you really want to discourage and it's not just farming, it's what happens with some of our loading from streets, storm sewers or whatever, is any of that sediment getting into our water courses as well, right? So.
Thank you. Fred?
Thank you. Yeah, I do have a motion I'd like to put on the floor. I should explain that I wrote this motion last night before I heard your excellent presentation. So it's possible some words need tweaking, but I would also remind council that they have said at the beginning, their recommendation is for maintenance of the drain. However, they said because we're balancing two things, a request for maintenance and a request for abandonment, that we should at least look at the issue of abandonment before we start the maintenance, and that's the gist of my motion. Let me read it, even if there's a few words in it that might need a bit of tweaking. And Andrew, I wouldn't mind that picture I took being put up on the screen. Here's the motion. Whereas the Rayfield drain is no longer needed for agricultural purposes, and whereas the one field being used by a farmer in the upstream portion of the drain is functioning well, having grown a healthy crop of soybeans in 2025, and whereas the downstream portion of the drain is now functioning as a natural flowing creek with a trout population, and whereas a naturalized creek flowing mainly through a forested area is a better safeguard against flooding than a dredged out open ditch, it is therefore resolved that the town of Mono investigate the feasibility of abandoning the Rayfield drain. That's the motion. I've moved it. Ralph has seconded it. And I would just like to...
I'm sorry, when did Ralph just second it?
You haven't given him a chance yet.
Words in my mouth.
Yeah, what just happened? You just
Okay.
read.
I might second it, but I have to do so.
I will recognize a seconder,
He seconded
if there is
Been
one.
happening before
He's-
the meeting?
He seconded it last night.
Has
on
there
the phone.
anything been happening before the meeting,
Yes, I had
Fred?
a discussion with Ralph last night. And his seconder's name is on the motion. But I would like to, can you put that, Andrew, can you put that, okay. I took that picture on September 25th of this year, and here's the point of it. That is the lot 15 property. I waded into it along the tractor tracks. I didn't step on the soybeans. That's a very healthy crop of soybeans ready for harvesting. Now, I'm not a farmer, although I have worked on a farm, but my layperson's opinion is that field is functioning very well as a field for soybeans. I do agree with the aerial picture that was put up. You can't see it, unfortunately, with my camera. I would have had to be 30 feet tall, but you could see that area he's not cultivating right around the drain. My guess is that's less than half an acre. I could be wrong on that. I was quite far away from it. So notwithstanding all the excellent advice we've had from our CAO, I still think, the picture in the field in the south end of the field, Andrew, can you zoom up on that? Do you have the capability of zooming? Yeah.
Oh,
That's
an interesting crop.
Yeah. Forestry may be agricultural, but that's not a cultivated forest land. What are you
doing here?
Excuse me, let Fred finish, please.
My point is, in my opinion, that's not agricultural land, at least not now. It might have been in the past. Those trees are 7, 8, 10, 15 years old, and they've just grown up in an abandoned farmer's field. So my perspective as a lay person, when I looked at it, when I looked particularly at the soybean crop, was what's the problem? The farmer, not the landowner, the farmer in lot 15 is doing very well. And I understand, but I fully admit this is anecdotal information. I have not talked to the farmer myself. I've talked to someone who's talked to the farmer. The farmer has no complaints about that field right now. That's my understanding. Okay?
So let's see,
that's my motion.
before we do anything else, let's see if we have a second.
So, you've been allowed to comment, so I will comment a bit too.
Okay.
Excuse me, Councilor Rayfield. I'm happy to.
Mike.
I'm happy to second this to put it on the table. I'm not agreeing with it, but I'd like to get it out there so it can be voted on. Thank you.
Okay. Any further?
Your worship, and was the motion read in full?
Yes, Fred read it in full.
Okay, thank you.
I just, I added one word to the copy I gave you. Do you want the copy that I added the one word to? Okay, later.
Thank you. Any further debate about the motion on the floor? Elaine?
Well, I have a question. Do we have a prepared motion on this item that is in your hands, Your Worship?
We do, but it would be made superfluous if this motion were to pass. The motion actually directs the drainage superintendent to undertake maintenance of the Rayfield Municipal Drain as detailed in the report, and that the cost of maintenance shall be assessed as a levy to the upstream owners. So if this motion that's on the floor fails, then we would revert to the prepared motion.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Or we could do it in reverse.
I have a, yeah, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Ralph, I was going to comment because you
Go-
already.
go ahead.
Did you want to comment? You already said something, but.
We do have a motion on the floor.
You can say more.
We
I
have
thought we
a
have a
motion
motion
on-
that
we
is
have a
being
motion on the
debated,
floor.
which is being debated,
Correct.
is it not? Right, so,
Yeah.
Ralph, carry on.
So I had to, a fair bit of education on municipal drains here recently, thanks to a number of people, including Bob Best. So I think it's a misunderstanding of what's happening in the field right now in terms of agricultural activity. That's largely irrelevant. And the present owner's intentions or activities are irrelevant. That's it.
The recording will not pick you up if you don't use the mic. Thank you.
I use the mic.
Elaine, Ralph is turning off his phone. There we go. And you need to.
Can you be closer to the
Do you want me to repeat that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll preface it by saying that I thought that the present owner's use of the land was germane to the decision-making, but it's not. The present owner may leave the land next year. It's his or her intentions are not, or needs are not critical. The engineers told us whether the land could be improved for the future, for all time, and that's what's most important, not the landowner's intentions.
Any further debate, discussion?
Thank you very much for, I'm concerned about the motion, the whereases in the motion, just as a, I mean, I guess, were you trespassing on this guy's property, or like how does that all happen that you're
gonna have to
investigating?
use my
Well,
gavel.
you are going to maybe, because to preface everything with you, I don't really know, I'm not a farmer, I'm not a this, I'm not a that, and I was looking and I took a picture and everything, and then to put something forward that will have an effect for generations to come. And at the very least, the next council, when Mr. Hertzberger and Mr. East Camilla Heights Inc. comes wanting to have the municipal drain back again. And so I think that this is an elegant compromise in the face of facts, that there is plugging and silting up, there's drainage that's below the ditch, it's getting filled up. If it gets filled up, then I would presume it will continue to move. Maintenance now above the people who are in green on the map that don't want it done, the maintenance up above there will presumably, though not guaranteed, will presumably make it so that this continues to function, and in the face of our climate changing water amounts and water temperatures increasing and all the things that we have no control over but we think are going to happen, keeping this municipal drain and keeping the ability to intercept and help future landowners. That is our responsibility. To abandon something now on I think the field looks good and I don't like the fact that these people want to grow trees is really irresponsible. And so I will not be supporting this motion.
So
Can I
Fred,
respond?
response?
I think, Councillor Davy, you're jumping ahead. This will not have an impact generations ahead. All it'll have an impact is that we'll get another report on whether or not we should do the abandonment. And I'm not going to prejudge what that report says, but that in effect turns the problem back to our drainage engineer to say, should we abandon or not, as opposed to the report they've given us, which is, should we do maintenance or not? Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, understand that our role here today is as drainage superintendent, and that the responsibility of the drainage superintendent is to help council manage municipal drains, predominantly performing maintenance or repair of municipal drains, but also in this role as providing advice to council and to property owners. So whereas an abandonment report would be done by a totally separate engineer, it wouldn't be Miles and I.
Okay, thank you. And Elaine?
Let's spend more money.
And who would pay for that engineer's report?
It's a great question. There hasn't been a whole lot of them in the province. What I have seen is the engineer's report is assessed out to the whole watershed. I've seen that before, whether that's the way it would be dealt with. The Act is not real clear on who pays the cost of the abandonment report.
Elaine?
Yeah, thank you. This has been a great conversation. And I just want to carry on from what Melinda was saying. I believe that allowing the town to ensure proper drainage and ensure proper oversight will actually help with the protection of the environment. And I think the town should keep their oversight on this drain. And so I cannot vote in favor of abandoning this drain.
Thank you. Any last comments? I just make the observation that the majority of affected landowners have signed a petition, twice now, I believe, and there may have been deficiencies in the first petition, and it's suggested that there were deficiencies in the second petition. But I think it's important to realize that the people downstream from the proposed area of work are concerned about this and have legitimate concerns in my opinion. So I guess we call for a vote.
Can I just clarify, ask to clarify that yes, the Municipal Act has some rules, and there are tests that are not met. And so that yes, we have a petition by a number of people, and yes, we're not going to be authorizing with this plan to dredge up on their property. But the reason that they didn't meet the test, it has to be more than 75%, and it was only 66.
They met the test of the number of
They
people.
have to have two tests. Could you go over that? Because I know that there's a misunderstanding. Yes, but both tests need to be satisfied. So when one test is satisfied and then you move to the next test, this is legal, and I would think that the mayor would know that when then the two tests don't, it fails.
Well, the
totally
application does not succeed. That's
But as they
correct.
said in their report twice, that
Fred.
council still in its own discretion can call for the abandonment.
Yeah.
And that's what Fred is doing here with his motion.
Yes.
It's initiating the abandonment of the drain.
Excuse me, the mic.
Fred's initiating the process of abandoning the drain on the council's own initiative. So that doesn't matter whether they met the test or not.
And I think Melinda described the two tests accurately, as I understand it. My question is, had the landowner's petition met both thresholds, would that lead to an automatic abandonment of the drain, or would that trigger a report?
the flow chart.
So it would not guarantee the abandonment of a drain. What it would guarantee is the implementation of the rest of the process, which means notifying property owners, including the two that have requested
Okay, yeah.
maintenance. Those property owners, I'm going to assume they're going to request a report of an engineer for the abandonment
So
of the
we
drain.
could end up in the same place.
You'd end up in the same place, and you are still, the engineer would have to recommend the abandonment, and even then, it's still subject to appeal. And the property owners upstream would probably say to the appeal bodies, we need this drain. We don't want it abandoned. And again, this is where I encourage you to, I know it's reading court decisions, but there's some good parallels there that are worth investigating, and you may end up at the same place, but with spending more money, which was part of the reason why we wanted to give you the advice here, and make sure that you had an informed
We have
decision.
a motion.
So to follow up on that one, so then if we do, the council has made this rogue decision that we're going to disregard all of our
Excuse me,
professional.
I think the term rogue decision is somewhat inappropriate.
Okay, sorry, I offended you. So if the council were to go this way, and we ended up then on the receiving end of some disagreement, that's not going to get apportioned. The payment of defending that is not going to get apportioned out by, to the landowners. That's on the municipality, right?
In all likelihood, the appeal body is going to indicate who's paying what costs at that point. And yeah, there might be some costs assessed to the municipality. I don't know that. It's going to be very specific on the case itself.
Right, but it's us defending that. When they go to the referee, it's exactly like going to a tribunal. It still is a legal proceeding that we have to get our municipal lawyer involved, and everything all has to, it would be ours, right? As opposed to there being some other avenue that we came to abandonment, like they met the test.
True, I think so. There haven't been a whole lot of appeals on abandonment reports or petitions for abandonment, so I don't have a lot of case law to answer it definitively. But my guess would be yeah, somebody's going to have to pay the costs incurred to date, and the referee is probably going to look at who initiated this, where did this go? And again, I'm totally speculating. I am not the appeal body, but there might be some costs levied to the municipality.
So we have a motion on the floor. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Those opposed to the motion on the floor? And the motion is lost. So that brings us to a different motion as prepared by staff, that we direct the drainage superintendent to undertake maintenance of the Rayfield Municipal Drain as detailed in the Rayfield Municipal Drain Maintenance and Repair Report prepared by R.J. Burnsides and Associates dated October 6, 2025, and that the cost of the maintenance shall be assessed as a levy to the upstream owners, importantly, the upstream owners. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Cape, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any discussion of the prepared motion? Melinda?
Yes. In that motion, and I know that you just clarified it and said it twice, and I agree with it, but is that something that we direct? Is that the way it goes? Because or is it that municipal drains maintenance that you're benefiting down below, that you still would be assessed to pay some of this maintenance? Before we have this in the motion.
No, the motion reads correctly. It's right in the legislation itself. When you maintain a portion of the drain, Basically, the principle if water generated from your property uses the section of drain that's maintained, you pay a portion towards it. If water generated from your property doesn't use it, might be further downstream, you do not pay. So it's consistent with the legislation.
Thank you.
So, call the question. Oh, Elaine, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to restate that I believe that allowing us to maintain one of our assets gives us the best control and oversight over how that happens, and that we uphold the environmental responsibilities. So, thank you.
Now, may I request to read the motion again, Ron?
Yes, absolutely. That we direct the drainage superintendent to undertake maintenance of the Rayfield Municipal Drain as detailed in the Rayfield Municipal Drain Maintenance and Repair Report prepared by R.J. Burnsides and Associates dated October 6, 2025, and there's a file number indicated here, and that the cost of the maintenance shall be assessed as a levy to the upstream owners.
Still in discussion?
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand the process. We did,
Mike.
Your mic on.
trying to understand.
Might as well just leave it on.
The process, we did have a motion earlier this fall, and that was a motion to have an engineering study, I think, and now this is a motion following up on the engineering study. Correct?
No, this is a direction to initiate maintenance.
After we've had
Yes,
Yeah.
but that direction was not possible until we had the engineering study.
Correct.
That's why we have an additional motion on
Yeah.
this. Fine. Thank you.
We now have the report. Okay. All those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much for your attendance. Yes, we are going to have a, we're going to have a 10-minute recess now.
Let us know when you're going to do it, because I think that would be educational. Thank you.
We are back live.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Drinking Water Quality Management Standard Annual Review. And I'll hand it over to Matt to set it up.
Yep, thanks, Mayor Krillman. So, as stated in the executive summary of my report, this is just an overview of council's responsibilities, staff's responsibilities. Helps the public just have an overview of what occurs and what the responsibilities are of the town as per the Safe Drinking Water Act. So, just for council to receive and the public trust in the drinking water system.
I just have one quick question, then I'll hand it to council. I didn't see it in there. It may well have been in there, but we're all in compliance from the standpoint of training members of council? We've all done our training?
So Mike might be able to speak more of this, but I believe council took training at the beginning of their term.
Okay.
And the same thing will happen after the new members of council when they're in it next November.
So that's all by way of asking if there's refresher courses that are required?
There are lots of courses if council wishes to take further courses. The Walkerton Clean Water has a lot of courses that are available for council and staff, and Mono staff take courses as required. Standard of Care is, I think, one that council took.
Yeah.
And any new staff for Public Works that's responsible for any of the water systems take the course as well. And then we look at other conferences. There's an annual conference, I believe it's the end of May each year, Drinking Water Conference, so those are available.
Any questions of council?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Matt, for the report. And yeah, it's, again, I mean, we're here making decisions and talking about things and with the hope that somebody is reading it besides just us. So, so saying it out loud, I think, is very helpful, that we did have the overall inspection rating of 100% at Island Lake and 90% at Cardinal Woods, right? So we are doing everything that is required of us to do. And we're going to try to get that 90% up to 100 on both of them, right, is the plan?
Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, I appreciate this summary report because it does reflect the inspection reports, the management review, overall annual review that we do and we pay attention to, as we are all certified under the training that we have taken for hours and hours of drinking water quality management safety. And I just wanted to understand, like, the operating authority is Orangeville. And do they have a reporting line to Orangeville Council, and do they share our reports to Orangeville Council?
Thanks, Councilor Capes. No, the town of Orangeville takes a similar type of approach for their drinking water system. It is not, to my knowledge, I don't think it's ever came up. Mike, again, might be able to speak to that, but to my knowledge, they don't report our town of Mono reports for our drinking water systems to Orangeville Council.
Okay, and just a subsequent question. The operating authority does belong to Orangeville. And I just don't understand, like, the reporting line for that authority. Is it under Orangeville's budget? Is it under Orangeville's mandate to, like, the town of Orangeville?
I think we just contract with them.
That's correct. Council passed a bylaw several years ago now, probably 10 plus years ago, to contract the town of Orangeville as the town's designated accredited drinking water operating authority for both systems.
Yeah, and I guess I just want to understand their council's responsibility for making their own water authority, operating authority, is doing the job.
Is it an independent, it's just called Orangeville? Is it an independent company that is contracted to Orangeville, or is it actual staff, Orangeville staff?
Orangeville Public Works.
Public Works. It's actually Public Works.
That's
So
correct. Yep. So the training's doubled, really, because they're doing it for their own and they're being monitored by the ministry from the Orangeville side for their drinking water system, plus the town of Monos.
Lots of eyes on it. Okay, I have a motion that the council for the town of Mono receive the 2025 Drinking Water Quality Management Standard Annual Review. And is that moved by Councillor Capes? Seconded by Councillor Davey. Anything further? Any opposed? And that motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the Buena Vista Drive speed bylaw. And, pardon me, I've just lost my internet again. And I think, Matt, this is a difference between speed limits set by the town of Orangeville versus by the town of Mono, and this is trying to harmonize them.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Croman. It's a simple housekeeping process that we're trying to clean things up. It's enforceable in both directions. So 40 kilometers per hour. Currently, town of Mono has a bylaw for 50 kilometers per hour, an old bylaw. Public Works is trying to clean these bylaws up, and this is
So it's a
to
boundary
be
road.
consistent for OPP, for regulatory purposes. It makes sense that Mono has for their side and Orangeville has it for their side. It is a boundary road.
Can I ask a question, please? Thank you. Yeah, this is very interesting. Just shows to go about boundaries. What's happening on one side is not necessarily what's happening on the other. So is this because they decreased their thing? It's always been this way and we just don't want to have it? Or like how did it come about?
Like
it was
like you
off.
said, it's more of a housekeeping. We kind of review the bylaws from time to time. Consistency. Buena Vista is a collector, a local collector, so it has quite a bit of traffic on it. And we have from in the past talked with our counterparts at Orangeville to be consistent on our boundary roads. We have been working on boundary road agreements and whatnot, and this is one of the items that was we brought up. And you know, like I said, for OPP enforcement and for any traffic calming purposes, it makes sense to have consistent bylaws from municipality to municipality.
But Melinda, it's a good question because Orangeville did reduce a lot of their speed limits to 40 kilometers per hour. And I guess the question is, was this one of the reductions that then put us out of whack?
Well, yeah, and is it posted? It's posted so that the people who actually live on Buena Vista know that if I'm going to go pick up the kids, I got to go slow. If I'm coming home, I get to go a bit faster?
So it is posted in the eastbound, and so our maintained portion, or our Mono's portion only runs from Hurontario Street to the dead end. So the portion, yeah, so, yeah.
Elaine?
Thank you. That was my question, because it says here Ontario to the easterly terminus. I
Yes.
just want to make sure that it's very clear to people what that actually means and where that is. And you just articulated, it's the dead end.
It's the dead end.
Yeah, so like the original bylaw said from Highway 9 to Hurontario Street. Well, the road doesn't go through to Highway 9, so we clarified that by saying Hurontario to,
Used to go through to, not.
that's correct,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to lower the rate of speed on Buena Vista Drive in the town of Mono, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Anything further? That's moved by Councillor Cape, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposed? And that motion is carried. Okay.
I guess the next thing is when are we going to really look at, are we looking at all of our speed limits places?
Thanks, Councillor Davey. Yeah, it's something that's on Public Works radar. We'd like to make a single bylaw with a schedule of all our posted roads to make it much cleaner and then hopefully repeal all the old ones. We have been working with the town engineer too. Whenever we complete a road improvement, we assess the road speeds that are currently. We'll have to do it anyway with when the town downloads or is downloaded Mono Center Road. So we'll be evaluating that and bringing council hopefully a full schedule and any recommendations or changes to that current approach.
The other thing to look out for is a situation where the postage speed is not accurately reflected in the bylaw. And there have been instances of that, much to municipalities' embarrassment. Happens. Okay, draft budget, and Les, I think,
Shelburne Library.
oh, pardon me.
Oh, no, pardon me, no,
No?
yes.
Yeah, draft budget.
Sorry, pardon me.
Les.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Since the last meeting we had with the public last week, there's been a few changes that I'm just updating council. The last budget copy did not include the tree harvest revenues that council passed at that meeting. So those revenues are estimated approximately $57,000. We received our final payment from the province for what they call PIL, payments in lieu. So the province gives us a payment in lieu of what normally would be the tax levy, because we're now a bigger portion of the tax pie compared to the county. And it's based on commercial as well, so we get the education portion of the taxes. Anyways, that increases approximately $11,000. So a couple of little minor changes throughout the budgets as I was getting actuals, or not actuals, but projected budgets from other agencies. We're now sitting at 12.4%, down from 13+%. So at the moment,
great.
12.4.
12 point what?
12.4.
Instead of 13.7.
Oops, sorry.
Okay, was there not another big amount apart from the forestry revenue that wasn't accounted for?
That was already in the last copy the council got. That was the county funds
Download.
for Mono Center Road.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So that has been accounted.
okay. Okay, I suggested via email that maybe the way to focus our discussion is to bring forward any motions to increase or decrease the budget as it currently exists. My thought was that there might be a motion to adopt it as it currently is, but the clerk has suggested that that's not necessary or traditional. But I think that we should get into our specific list of things that we would like to see changed in the budget, so that at the end of the discussion, we have obviously a different number, I would assume.
What do you mean not adopted? Because it's going to happen in December.
I was trying to get people to focus on motions to direct Les to make specific changes to the draft budget, and it doesn't come until December. Yeah. Les?
If I may, Your Worship, is staff allowed to respond to the motions? Give us
Oh,
our-
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Ralph?
I have four motions. Do you want to take them one at a time, or how do you want to do this?
Okay. Fred, would you
Sorry,
prefer-
sorry, Councillor Minkelo, nobody would have heard that, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have four motions. Would you like to hear them all at once, or how would you like to deal with this, Your Honor?
So these would be motions directing the treasurer to make amendments to his draft budget. Is everybody agreed on that?
Right.
We're fine with that? Okay, take it away.
All four?
Well, let's do one at a time.
So that's my question, and I suggest it might be appropriate to discuss the motion after each motion.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right. So my first motion is with respect to the road pulverization and repavement. You may recall at the last council meeting, I recommended that the Mono Amaranth Road that was costing us $600,000, that we would delete that. And no, I don't have line items, so I can get them if you like.
That's okay, don't worry.
It's notes to budget, page 13. Page 13.
Thank you.
Yeah. And also, the highway, I should say, the third line from Highway 9 up to Fifth Side Road.
I think those are two separate roads.
Those are
so
two
we should
separate
deal with them
roads.
separately.
Those are two separate ones. So I'm mentioning, Your Honor, 3 different areas that I mentioned last time. I've subsequently, I hope I'm at liberty to mention this, I had a discussion with Matt to further my understanding of each of these roads and the recommendations. And so subsequently, do not want to make a recommendation to do the Amaranth, to remove Amaranth Mono Town line.
You're not moving that.
I was recommending that last time,
Yeah.
Yes.
And you're not
but I'm
now.
not now.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm recommending now is that we remove both of the stretches of a road on the third line between Highway 9 and the Fifth Side Road. They amount to $375,000 and $475,000 for a total of $850,000. So both of those sections of the road are similar, and I have considered the option of removing one of them, but I think that they can both be removed, and I'm not trying to be an engineer, but I think that we can get along with that.
Okay. Just when you say remove, are you speaking of deferring them to another year?
I don't think, Your Honor, that we plan budgets from year to year, but if it was removed now, I would expect that Matt would bring them up on the next year's budget.
So Melinda?
So, thank you very much, Mayor. I bet you can all tell how I'm going to vote on all these motions. I'm not clear if we have an item in here that is been deemed by our reports and so on, and our expert opinions on things to be done, and we decide we want to save money for everybody today. The road is still has been reviewed and is still in need of repair. And so if it's repaired this spring versus next autumn versus the following winter or 5 years from now, it still needs to be replaced. So by taking this money out, and I know that that one page looking at the capital budget is one thing on what's needed for the operating and keeping it going and everything, and then there's the reserve situation. So if we don't put any money into the reserve, if we save money today because we don't want to and we don't think that the road needs to be, we know the road will need to be, we hazard to guess that it will probably need more. If we just remove things, are you also proposing that some monies go into the reserve? Because we've found ourselves in this situation now, I've been here for 5 years, and the zeros on the contributions just keep carrying over, and the numbers just keep going higher. So that's my question. Like, I get what you're saying, that you'd like to save for now, and I get that you've driven on the road and you think, though you're not an engineer, and we have had technical people who have the expertise tell us that it's coming, it needs to be repaired. You've got somebody saying, okay, push it off. Namely our Public Works Director. But what about the reserve part?
Get into that, through your worship.
Excuse me, Fred, sorry.
So just great debate. If we could just get a seconder for Ralph's motion,
Oh, sorry.
and then Melinda will speak to it, and then we can ask for friendly amendments,
I'm prepared
or
to second it.
like you're heading down a potential amendment to Ralph's motion, right?
Am I? Okay.
Oh, if you are.
As opposed to
But
just,
no,
it's just opposed to saying no?
Sorry, let's get this on the floor and then
So
for
I
discussion.
think Melinda's question is a good one. Is there an appetite to put some of the saved $800,000 plus towards a reserve? Maybe we should have Matt and Les speak to the issue of the engineering and the financing.
Thank you. Year 3 of the road management plan has 8 roads in it. 2 with minor work, 6 with rehabs and rehabilitation and resurfacing, equating to $2.6 million in 2024 dollars. If we defer third line and mono M, that's another 1 million plus 800,000 on top of that 2.6 million in year 3 of the road management plan. So I get what council's responsibilities are. I have a responsibility for long-term to see this plan out, and we've already deviated from the plan. I've already recommended deviations from the plan, doing base courses 1 year, following up with top course. I would recommend if we take third line off, we put the top on Mono-M. We do the base and the top next year. In addition to 5 Side Road, putting the top on it, because we did the top, or the base this year. That would give us 2 roads out of 8, 9 that we have in the first 3 years. So we'd have 2 roads fully complete next year if we approve Mono-M and 5 Side Road.
What would be the results and cost?
So right now we're proposing, I've proposed 600,000 for the base for Mono-M from Dufferin 16 to 10 Side Road. The top would be an additional 500. So you'd be removing 850, but you'd be adding 500 to complete the base on Mono-M, which would save 350,000.
We're doing the top on the 5th Side Road, and it's 150, I think.
Yep, shorter stretch.
That's all. Okay.
Les, any budgetary issues?
Well, I'm at the direction of council. I just want to point out the bottom numbers of that page 13. If you recall, the Watson report for roads capital was a $7 million project. They said we're at 2 million. There's about a rough rounding numbers, rough 5 million funding cap, or 5 million catch up to do. Compared to final budget of 2025 to this year's budget, it's actually down because we had already removed some items ahead of time in the possible deletions column. So we're not adding anything to the roads capital projects list. So staff is saying this isn't the page to cut because we're not increasing capital in roads. We're maintaining, actually not even maintaining what we did in 2025. So that's my comment when it comes to finance. We're not doing anything. So this 2 million that we're doing, are proposing for 26 does eat into the $5 million shortfall.
Yeah, Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Les, and thank you, Matt. That was going to be my question in terms of I have some observations and questions as well as motions. So one observation I have, which is a question, is about reserves. Page 2B.
Does this pertain to Ralph's motion?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So it shows us our reserves. And so right now, our reserves, I think it's 8 million something. Do we have enough in those reserves according to the asset management plan that we just received that said how much we should have in there now?
Not without a 50% tax increase, we don't. I think
Not the end result
I'm
10
jumping
years
ahead.
down.
I was going to answer Councillor's question. No, the answer is, like the mayor says, the answer is no, there's not enough reserve funds at the moment.
So for the year over year, because we're not going to have the, 2035 number now, we're building up to that. But so what we're saying is, what you just said, if I understand correct, is that we are at a $5 million catch-up right now. So we don't want to really take anything out of those lines.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So what is the wish of council? Because we could be, there's a philosophical divide here between those who want to follow precisely the direction of engineers in terms of roads needs and asset management versus some of us who have some concern about the tax rate and how much the taxpayers can afford. And that requires difficult decisions. So just be mindful of that, and I respect both positions, frankly. we're in a terrible bind.
I've got my hand up.
Go ahead, Fred.
Okay, on Ralph's motion, here's a bit of my dilemma. I have to speak a bit more broadly just for a second, Your Worship. My goal is to get the budget increase below 10%. My goal is to get the budget increase below 10%. I've got a number of cuts I'd like to make that would get it down to about 7.5. One of those cuts that I would like to make is half of Ralph's motion. So it gives me a dilemma in knowing he wants to do both sections of the third line. I can get down to about 7.5% by only doing one section, which I know isn't going to make you happy, Matt, but those are my ideas on cuts. So it leaves me unclear as to how I should vote on Ralph's motion.
We can move to divide that motion such that we deal with one portion and not the other, or both portions separately. Fred, is that possible?
Yes, there can be a motion to split the main motion into parts.
Okay, I move that we
Doesn't need
split
a
the main
seconder, Your
motion into
Worship.
parts.
Let's hear from Ralph first.
So I think, Fred, what you brought up is an interesting point, and we really can't make a decision on it until we hear what all the other possibilities are,
Yeah.
okay? So I think that it'd be wise to hear what the other cuts were, and then we can say, well, I agree with 1, 4, and 7, or something like that.
But we do have a motion on the floor.
Yes, we do. So I'm not quite, because we're dealing with it in a motion sense, I'm not quite sure how we should deal with this, but I think the motion, I wasn't thinking of it as a motion like the kind of motion that we've always had, you know. Otherwise, we're going to have 15 different motions.
This I fully admit to confusing things by suggesting that we do a motion format, and maybe we should retreat from that while we consider all of the different alternatives, but then return to motions to implement whatever council's comfortable with. Does that make sense, Fred?
Your Worship, why don't we take each councillor's suggested cuts, put them down there, and then sort of go down the list and see if we got a majority vote on each of those cuts?
That's what I'm suggesting in effect. Matt?
I like that idea. I think that's a great idea.
I think you're right, Your Worship, that is a great idea. I would like Matt to just to comment as to why two segments are in and sort of together, like the third line, with respect to mobilization,
That's a good question.
Yes, that's a good point.
as to why they're there, so.
Yeah, it's definitely more efficient. It's economy of scale. We're putting base on both those stretches of road. It would be cheaper to do them both third line in the same year. The reason I suggested if we pull those two roads, we focus the priority to Mono M from Dufferin 16 to 10 Side Road. It's a higher volume road. There's more evidence of severe edge cracking, pattern cracking, rutting. Not as much as third line, which is more transverse cracking, and it's more evident in the spring when the thaw is coming out of the road. You'll notice it. So, not that I'm recommending that it be removed, but if we shift based on that premise of Mono M seeing more traffic, more truck traffic, and some of the evidence in the road breaking down quicker, we put the base and the top on that section of road. We put the top on 5 Side Road. Those are two roads that have now they're struck off the list. Then we could refocus again. So I'm not sure if Deputy Mayor Nix had any further removals other than third line, the one section of third line, or not, but that's what I'm proposing.
To answer, I do, but they're not in Public Works.
Can I suggest that we withdraw the motion so that we can have the more free-flowing exchange of suggestions?
Yeah. So, Your Worship, because it's been moved and seconded, may I recommend that a motion is moved and seconded and voted on to postpone the main motion? Something's got to be done to formally take it off.
Can't the mover and seconder rescind it?
It's been moved and seconded.
And can't they rescind it?
It's got to, that's what the
I'll
motion
move that we postpone that motion.
Or table it? Yeah, and that's non-debatable. We're postponing the motion. Okay,
Which is different than rescind.
yeah.
Because you didn't want that particular, we were also mulling about that you didn't want that particular motion to come back either. You wanted to divide the motion. So can't you just remove it as opposed to postpone it?
Well, I think technically we're
Semantics?
postponing it until we've had the full discussion of all of the various ideas.
Yeah, we'd like to hear what all the other opportunities are.
No, I understand. I just was talking about procedure.
Okay, so we have one idea on the floor. I think Mono Amaranth is safe for the moment, along with the top lift on Fifth Side Road. I don't think there's anybody disputing that unless I'm mistaken. But Les?
Just to give council an idea, if those two road segments were deleted, that's approximately 8%.
Thank you. Thank you. We have to be mindful of what kind of impact we're having here. Okay. So what I'm going to suggest is, Ralph, can you hold your other motions in abeyance, and I'll turn to other members of council. Elaine indicated that she has some items. Fred has indicated items. Melinda does not have any items. Okay. So Elaine, do you have an item for us to consider? We'll do one at a time.
Sure. So I wanted to make an observation about page 1 because there's something on page 1 that I thought happened and I don't see in this budget, and it could be just the copy I'm looking at. So page 1, line 4, climate change environment, there was 10,000 in the staff budget and then a possible reduction of 5,000, but it still shows 10,000 in the final budget. Did we take that 5,000 out?
Les?
If I could clarify for Councillor Capes, if you go to page 4, like this is a summary page, if you go to page 4, that's where the climate change budget is.
Right.
The 5,000 is a contribution to corporate climate action reserve. Now, council agreed to delete all the possible deletions except that item, because if there's going to be a committee, they're going to have expenses. So that amount was left, if not for a reserve, at least go to committee expenses. So we have $5,000 to work with for that committee. So for that reason, that 5,000 is still there.
Thank you very much for that clarification. So I see now we have 5,000 for the tree study and then 5,000 for reserve contribution. I would still wonder if we could remove that until we have the committee struck and the committee knows what they're doing and the committee asks us for money. That's just a thought. The other thing I wanted to inquire about.
Just on that, Elaine, let's clarify with the treasurer. If of the 10,000, 5 goes into a reserve and the committee is constituted and then has a really great idea to spend more than 5, we have a reserve that they can draw upon?
That's correct. Right now, the whole 10 is in.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just leave that on the table. We can come back to that. I wanted to talk about page 3.
Just go 5.
Let me just get that open here, page 3. Page 3, if we look at line 711, no, just look at the total Hockley lands property. And it is no longer Headwaters Tourism. It is DBOT. So I really would like that changed because it made a lot of sense when it was tourism and DBOT to have this, to host both of them in that building. And this is just a crazy thought that maybe it's time to sell that property. Then we don't have the maintenance. We take that income. People are pressuring us to sell our community centers, which I'm not sure I agree with that, but maybe it's time to consider that that is an asset that really doesn't serve us a whole great deal. And we know that the leasee was, or leaser was looking at creating a reserve for their own purchase of a building somewhere or space. I'm just going to throw it out there. What if we were to sell that as a 2 to 5 acre residential building lot? And maybe we could entertain that as something for us to investigate. These are just thoughts about things that are in the budget.
Fred?
Yeah, I'm neither for or against the idea, but I would point out that house sits in regulated land by the Conservation Authority, which would make it somewhat more difficult to sell than land that wasn't in a regulated area. In other words, if someone bought it, there'd be very limited opportunity for any development on that house or beside that house.
Mike and then Melinda?
I think, Councillor Capes, correct me if I'm wrong, are you talking about the house being potentially removed from the EP lands?
I think that's what she was saying.
Well, I'm talking about us creating, like removing the house from a town asset so that we don't own it anymore, and selling the property, and we determine what the property boundary is.
So,
And somebody can rip down the house, or somebody can
so two things,
reshape it.
two things here. That doesn't really impact the budget, because if in mid-year, as an example, we decide to sell, that's frankly found revenue for the town.
Which does affect the budget.
Well, it does
Agreed.
affect it, but to the bottom line of surplus at the end of the year, as distinct from, forming the budget now. And it is generating revenue. I'd also ask that maybe we hold off on this until we see the direction the county goes in terms of the delivery of tourism services, because I understand that there are going to be proposals made in the budget debate at that level that may impact the work that DPOD is doing, and the work that the town of Orangeville is doing, and the work that the county is doing. I can't be more precise than that.
Okay, but I just throw that out there for something to look into in the future, and I agree, it doesn't impact the budget now, it's just something that maybe we want to investigate.
Well, it does kind of, does it not? I mean, did we do the roof, or do we need the roof? We did the roof.
All done.
So at least I mean, I mean, I don't know, that was a kind of a cryptic thing you were saying. So why would they want to still be in the house that's there? They've already said they are looking for property someplace else or whatever. So can I just have a clarification for this, for our residents and me? The Hockley lands, I know that had the pollinator garden, but we moved that, right? Is that what happened? Or is it still there? No, just moved a little portion.
No, it's still there.
So we just moved a little portion, the Dorothy something one is, anyway. So this is a 57-acre piece of land, and, plus or minus. So, and you would be suggesting trying to go through a severance to just get rid of the house, and that's where your comment comes up that, well, you couldn't, quote, develop it. But you could sell the 57 acres and somebody could just have a house, right? Like, just like anybody sells property, couldn't you?
Well, there is a house on it now.
Right.
In probably the one in a building area. Yeah, there is a house now. The severances for that property would probably be done. The town.
Right, so you would have to, right, and we have to follow the rules. So so it would be a matter of selling the entire parcel, is what you're suggesting, Elaine, which could presumably bring us, well, certainly more than the 13,000 that they're bringing us now.
Well, I think what I'm suggesting is that perhaps this could be added to our unfinished business for investigation. So it's just an observation.
We're in the budget discussion now, and
Yes, we are, and it's in the budget, and so I wanted us to rethink what we're doing with that property. Thank you.
The unfinished business additions require a motion, and we're in the budget discussions now. I would hold that thought, and I would also, suggest that we can't put speculative income into our budget in anticipation of selling one of the community centers as an example, or any other piece of property. We just can't, grab a figure and say, oh, that's going to be income, and that makes the budget look better. This is not
No, and
possible.
I wasn't proposing that at all, so thank you for clarifying that for everybody. So I do have a motion. And I am grateful that our citizen from Purple Hill came out this morning to talk about the park. And so, and
No, it's-
every single line in this budget is open for review.
Okay.
Being physically responsible means making decisions that align with keeping the tax rate manageable for everybody who lives in Mono. And we are doing our best to keep the tax increase as affordable as possible, and that each $100,000 is 1% reduction in that tax rate. And thank you, Les, for getting it down to 12, so it's not even as bad as it was. But I would like to move, I know we're doing this
We're
all
not
at the
doing it
end,
as
but.
motions, but this is a suggestion that we'll add to the list.
Okay, so what I would like to suggest is that we, on page 23, remove the 250,000 for the Purple Hill spend and replace it with adding 50,000 to reserves to delay the implementation of that new park to when we have the reserves appropriate to cover the expense. And I believe that's fiscally responsible, and it makes two things possible. It makes it possible to set up the reserves to put in the park that people want, and it makes possible to reduce the tax rate.
Can we just get before I recognize Fred, can we get an indication of the impact on the budget? Because I understand that the park in question is a combination of both capital and tax contribution. Yes. So if of the 250, 50 goes towards reserves, what does that leave us? How does that leave us? Kim?
So last
Thank
question,
you,
isn't
Your
it?
Worship. Just as a point of clarification, there's already $104,000 towards that 250.
Okay.
So what is being asked for is an additional 146. So just for clarification, is Councillor Capes suggesting that we take, rather than the 146, put $50,000 additional towards the reserve of 104, so next year we would have a reserve of 154 towards the cost of a new playground and surfacing.
Is that your intent, Elaine?
Yeah, whatever the numbers work out to be properly, I just know what it looks like in the budget. It says 250, and I know 104 was coming from reserves, but still, the grand price on that line says 250, so I was imagining that if we put $50,000 into reserves and build up the reserve, then we would not be having $250,000 on that line.
So
Because
that
the
would,
other is coming from reserves.
so as there's already $104,000 in reserves for that, reducing it by reducing or putting another 50 in reduces the 146 by down to 96. So it would be a reduction of $96,000. So almost 1%. Am I correct? Point, thank you.
Okay, then I would say we make it whole numbers and add 46,000 to the 104, so that becomes 150 in reserves, and we take the $100,000 out of the budget. Thank you, Kim, for helping me with that.
Okay, that's one idea. I'm going to recognize Fred because I think he's got a list, and we'll just go around the table.
All right, well, my first thing I was going to cut was identical to what Elaine just said, but I was going to cut the whole $250,000, which would reduce the tax levy by $146,000. That was going to be my first cut, and I could just defend that idea. I don't disagree with Ralph's idea of cutting back from Public Works, but when I look at the overall total budget, my reason for picking on Kimberly is that even with the cuts already made to the recreation budget, it's still a 30% increase over 2025. So when I look at that, I think if we got to make cuts, we've got to go where we're doing the biggest increase this year. So I apologize, Kimberly, but that would be my first cut. $250,000, which in effect is a tax cut of $146,000.
That's a good point, Mr. Nix, about the increase, because I looked at the increase and like there's been a increase of $400,000 in recreation since 2024. And I know that's all justifiable, but it looks big.
Melinda?
Can I just, I understand how everybody wants to look at the numbers and is concerned about money. But the philosophical discussion or angle that the mayor referred to a few minutes ago is really important. And when you start angling on the numbers and saying that it's such and such an increase and why is the recreation gone up this much and this is the justification is of paramount importance, because you get lost in it, saying like it's just willy-nilly things that we want. And yet one of the reasons is because, again, of the reserves that have been needed and we cut and didn't put in, so that now when we do need actually HVAC, oh yeah, we actually do need to really put money in, because for the last number of years we have not put, we've only tried this exercise, which is painful, of line by line trying to decrease the numbers just so the bottom line is something that is arbitrarily palatable, as opposed to what is reality. And so, sure, punt the playground down the road, but you know what's going to happen? The 250 grand estimate for the playground, that actually is an estimate of 2023 dollars, because that's based on the park that we just put in now in 2025. So those 2023, you've punted it down the road. You're still going to be short next year, and it's going to be I don't know who's going to be here, but the discussion that this is the way we do things, it's going to be a bigger number, and so your reserves are forever going to be falling short. So this is great that this discussion has started now on our two items for motion, Ralph's Roadworks and your park playground, that, okay, cut it, but put money into reserves. That's really where if you want to be fiscally responsible for the future, which you should be thinking about the future, that's what we should be doing, is thinking about what is the possible amount of money that we can add today to the reserves.
Well, we're open to those suggestions of additions to the budget, additions to the reserves. In the same way, we're open to suggestions as to how to get the tax rate down. Works both ways.
Well, right, except that the tax rate's really not going to the tax rate can't come down, because the reserves, we already know from our asset management plan of what's needed, that our professionals have told us, is multi-millions are needed going forward to 2030, right?
Your Worship, I stand by the cut I suggested.
Okay, so I've made a note of it. There's a plan for a contribution to reserves on that park, and there's a plan to reduce the budget by $250,000, which would eliminate the expenditure plus it would still leave in place the reserve amount that's already there.
Your Worship, I was not agreeing with Elaine about the $50,000 to reserve.
Okay, I understand that, but we're not at the point where we're asking for a show of hands yet. We'll get there.
So Fred, your recommendation is a repeat of Elaine's without the $50,000?
Yeah, just remove
Into
it.
reserve,
Yeah.
just cut it.
Yeah, okay. So, any other ideas? Ralph?
So we have a proposal for
We have a proposal for, I have a terrible memory, to $110,000 for HVAC for the community center. And I brought up the issue of, shouldn't we consider this being a different heating mechanism, namely air source heat pumps? Air source heat pumps are I'd say that the evidence is pretty good that this is the way to go in terms of the conservation of CO2 production. I asked him to review this, and she did give us a report. Please correct me, Kim, if I quote you incorrectly. But the report was based on one supplier who had some negative thoughts about it. I think the issue was primarily was the size of the heating ducts, that it would not be able to sustain. So my suggestion is that we defer the HVAC until next year to give us a greater chance to investigate this with other suppliers and see if this wouldn't be possible. I note that we're also proposing a reserve fund. I've forgotten how much it is, maybe $40,000 for the Monara Park for HVAC. And so we're looking at HVAC for both places. I also noticed that there's some money being put into the reserve for air conditioning to Monara Park. It's interesting that air-conditioned heat pumps will both heat and cool, so you cover both sides of the summer and the winter. So my recommendation is that we defer the $110,000 expense for the Mono Community Center, and pending further investigation of the possibility that we have give him more time to investigate the possibility of us using heat pumps.
So, Kim, what's the dollar amount of Mono Center, pardon me?
Sorry. Yes, Councillor Mengtalo is correct. It was $110,000.
Okay, thank you. And Mike, you had your hand up, and then Elaine.
So I agree with Councillor Mengtalo on half of the conversation with respect to HVACs, but I'd like to hear from Kim. I think it'd be important if Councillor heard from Kim as to maybe a question for me to Kim, as I don't know. Have these been red tagged?
Not at this time. Just to let council know, there's a total of 5 HVAC units that control Mono Center. In 2025 this year, we did have one of those units red tagged. So we had to replace one of those HVAC units this year as an emergency replacement.
For the benefit of the public, what does red tag mean?
They shut it down.
Okay.
It is shut down for.
Okay. And what is our fallback when we have an equipment failure and necessity to replace? Were we just running on fewer HVAC units?
Yes, we were running on 4 HVAC units. We were fortunate in that the unit that was shut down was one of the lower level units. It didn't affect the upper level of Mono Center, but the unit did affect the lower south room, which is the room that we do rent out. So we did replace that unit. So we certainly can move forward with taking out the 110,000. None of the remaining 4 units have been red tagged at this point, but I have been told there are challenges with those units, and we are on board time.
So,
What did you say, challenges with the units?
Yes, there's some cracking around the units. The units are normally expected to be about 12 to 15 years, and we're approaching almost 20 years in the life of those units.
I got you. You said borrowed time, didn't you? That was
We're on borrowed time. So, yes, right now, those units are running.
Elaine, and then Mike, and then Melinda.
Thank you. I have another thought on page 28.
Elaine,
we finish?
we're on Ralph's suggestion. We haven't exhausted the discussion on it yet.
So
Mike?
okay. Thank you.
I'll speak to Councillor Minto with the second. Kim, I appreciate that. Kim's trying to prepare council that you're going to expend 110 grand eventually over the next year or two if we push them along. My concern about removing the fees altogether, Councillor Minto, is heat pumps aren't free. And if you come up with a decision that heat pumps are if this gets vetted through the climate committee, or if the committee wants to take on doing a full HVAC renewal purpose for municipal facilities, which would be part of a corporate action, council will need some money this year to do two things: replace a failed unit or replace them with HVAC commitments. So I would wonder if council would consider a reserve contribution in lieu of pushing these units along.
Thanks, Mike. And I should add that, in fact, if we go with air source heat pumps, they'll be more expensive. So we have to figure out how we fund this. This is probably Les's problem. Les, you're smiling. How we fund something that costs more today but saves money in the future.
Melinda and then Kim.
Thanks. So my question, thanks, this is great, because that's what I was going to say was, wait a second, the 110 heat pumps cost considerably more than the HVAC, the 20-year-old HVACs that we would be replacing today. And in fact, they might even, as they get more and more people interested in heat pumps, the price might even get lower on the HVACs next year if you punt it. But the big issue becomes, I think, that it's foolhardy to think that it's going to be cheaper in the long run, because we know for a fact that our electricity has been subsidized by the Ontario government, and that is up for discussion. I think if you read the newspaper from the last couple of weeks, I think I mentioned that at the last meeting too, that it is not a given that now, it is a given that you're not burning fossil fuels here at the place where you're heating and cooling it, but somebody somewhere is burning fossil fuels to make that electricity that comes over here. So my question to Kim was, so we got 110 that is estimated to replace this model of the 20-year-old, well, I guess they burn propane. What was this one person who came to give us a good estimate, that we want to get a second estimate, but what was their cost? If you could do it, if you did have the ductwork that worked, to put the equipment in to heat pump these buildings, what was that ballpark number?
Thank you, Councillor Davey. So, yes, I did get a ballpark figure. So, replacing our HVAC units with a heat pump, you're looking at approximately 110% price increase. So if an HVAC unit, and I actually got clarification on this, so if one HVAC unit is $18,000,
It would be double that.
it would be $37,800 for one air source heat pump unit.
With the ducting, with the duct.
No, not including ducting, having to change the ducting. Ducting would be in addition to that. That would strictly be for the unit.
Okay, so we have a suggestion that the amount not be totally eliminated, but there be a contribution to reserves. Any thoughts on that? I like the idea, because I think eventually something's going to have to be replaced. Better that we have the money in reserves, albeit not adequate, but at least there's something there. Ralph?
I like the idea too. I think we need more thought about going into air source heat pumps, obviously, and we need financial thinking about this in terms of, there's a long-term payment. There's no sign that we're going to change our electricity rates in Ontario at the moment. We got a 23.5% subsidy for individuals through our billing, but there's no suggestion that this is going to change. But I think that this is a good plan, is to defer them now, put some money in the reserves. The money's there if we have to have an emergency for a replacement of a HVAC unit. And then we could thoughtfully look at the issue of how to do things in as green a manner as we would like to.
So is someone trying to keep track of what money we're talking about? How much into reserves?
Well, that's what I asked. is
Yeah.
So I could,
What's the amount that people feel comfortable about?
110.
So they're at trying to read the room. Would council be okay with 60,000 into reserve for Mono Center and 25,000 at Menorah?
Yes.
By the way, the air conditioning at Menorah works really well.
Oh, geez.
We almost froze to death yesterday.
Good.
Literally, our table all had to go get our winter coats to sit.
I'm happy with 60,000.
So but what was that number, though? So we're, instead of having to, so we're still not doing 110, we're still doing 80? Because you said 60 and 20.
60,000 reserve contribution against the 110, and 25,000 Menorah contribution to reserve against the 40. Sorry, Councillor Mengtel, I didn't check the page, but I'm assuming you did see the 40 grand.
You better check the page.
Les, was
It's
there
notes to page 26.
was there a
It's
40,000?
an call.
Is a 40,000 reserve contribution
Yes,
for
there's a
HVAC?
40 there.
And that was in?
That's
And-
still in.
and then-
And I was hoping to leave it in and with the 60.
Yeah, exactly. Because what's the number? I mean, 37.8 times 5, I mean, we're needing a lot of money, and
They're
it's
not all going to
soon.
fail at once,
No, but they're 20 years old,
even so. they're
and
not
one
all
just
gonna fail
did.
at once.
I'll tell you what happened at the Shelburne complex there, where the one boiler went, and then, it's just the
Oh, I
one,
know
and then
the
the other
boilers
one,
in-
and then
in
the other
Shelburne.
one.
I know the boilers in Shelburne. Les?
I mean, with all due respect to my CAO, can we leave the 40 for now at Menorah and see what happens to come back later? Because 40 to 20 it's not a big impact, if you know what I mean.
Are we agreeable to that?
Sure.
Yeah.
It'd be a messy page.
But we are thinking in the direction of 60 in reserves for Mono.
Yeah.
Now, there'll be votes on either side of that, but I just, okay. Whose turn is it? Elaine?
Thank you. So I have I think just one more thought. Page 28, which is planning and zoning, planning and development. When I look at what's projected for 2025 and what we have in the staff budget for 2026, I know we have a special project that we're doing, but when I look at all the other expense lines, there's $70,000 that are there that I wonder if we can reduce and use the
This is page 28, Elaine.
2025 projected year-end numbers for the 2026 budget.
Yeah, where's the 70? I didn't see a 70.
Where's the 70,000?
Well, there's 37,000 on salaries, 12,000 on benefits.
What
are you looking at?
Sorry, page 28, that's salaries is 207,060.
Yes. But projected year-end is 175, 170.5. So when you look at the projected year-end for
Right, yes, I see.
2025, if that's what we're going to spend is that 600,000, then I'm saying let's only have 600,000 for 2026.
Oh, I see
But
what
again,
she's
you're just
saying.
massaging the number.
Pardon?
So Mike, can you give us some context to this and, or Les, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. To answer Councillor Cape's question, so if you look back to 2024, the the lines 110 was over 200. For 2025, we didn't have, we knew we would not have a full-time planner. We budgeted not for a full year, thinking it would take a few months to, to recruit. We do have a planner, as council is familiar, on contract. So that amount is going to that salary line. So for 2026, if you recall our market study, the planner position was upgraded due to market demands. As we're finding, it's tough to get a planner, so the cost of a planner is increasing. So even though that, that's not just a planner, we have other staff there. So that amount, the 207, does not include 12 months of a planner, but does include, if I recall, about 9 months of one, because again, we're probably going to a recruiting process and it'll take us a few months. So if we eventually do get a full-time planner, we would need that 207 plus the corresponding benefits. So so the planning department, the numbers are a little quirky because we don't have a full-time planner. But we're budgeting hopefully to recruit one in 2026. But it won't be for the full 12 months.
The other thing that has a bearing on this that council does not yet know about, and staff, is that at the county on Thursday, there's going to be a motion to request the province to download current county planning functions to local municipalities. The motion is going to be written in such a fashion that it's basically to ask the province whether it's possible. This has happened in Simcoe County. It's happened in many of the regions. It could be seen as a way of simplifying the planning process, not to have two different levels of the same, general municipality involved.
But it increases municipal.
It increases our costs, probably offset by fees in large part, but right now the county planning function is, shall we say, something that's is controversial in many quarters.
Right. It's Amaranth's fault.
Well, the motion is coming from Amaranth.
So
right now, it's not, it's more an inquiry of the province as to whether they would consider it.
So
how does that affect our thinking today?
Well, I just caution against taking too much or anything, frankly, out of the planning budget in anticipation that we may have more to do from a planning standpoint, and it probably puts the pressure on us to get a full-time planner. Mike?
And just to, the direction of the planning department this year will be, council will see in the newsletter and update now, is there's an OP update that's just commenced, and that'll start to, that's in the special studies. There's also the potential legal is still there, but there's also hopes in the 207 that the OP will commence, or sorry, following the OP will be, if the province would stop changing policies, our OP may be at a date 30 seconds after we pass it. But anyway, the zoning bylaw needs to be updated comprehensively after. So the hope is by the end of 2026 that both of those have gone through a comprehensive update.
This is critical stuff, and we've been budgeting for the zoning study for some time.
Yeah, and the OP, like I say, the OP's ongoing. We're already commenced with the county to get the county to get in line with their latest update, and to bring ours into compliance, and the zoning bylaw will follow probably midsummer.
Okay. You okay with that, Elaine?
Yep, that's great, thank you.
Okay. Over to Fred.
My next suggested cut, I know this is peanuts, but I would say cut the chess table, even though I'm a chess player. Sorry, Kimberly, sorry. That's $5,000.
Oh, you know what? I'd like to get a smaller sets, and put 5 of them in there.
Go ahead.
Can I make a comment, a reminder to everybody that when we have had the late Mr., his name's escaping me now, come about citizen engagement. And we went out of our way to try to improve resident engagement and interaction. And one of the very first surveys that we sent out in my tenure, no, I haven't been here for 3 terms, but I've been here for 1, we found that the public really engaged a lot with our recreation survey. The public really wanted more recreational opportunities and input, and were pleased with what we had and wanted more. And one of the things was seniors. And so we've been working on our senior superstars and having some free services to get people out, right? And so, I don't know, when you think about a chess table, in a stone chess table in a park, you usually see, our kind sitting at it in other places.
What do you mean, our kind?
You know full well what I mean. And so, and we know from the survey results and so on, and from who votes and who comes to our thing and everything, it is our kind, i.e. the older folks, right? And so I think that yeah, Elaine, if you want to get a few smaller ones so that then we can have tournaments or whatever, that's a great way to go. But I don't know whether smaller is better, because we also, as you get older, you get a little wider. And so maybe ultimately, having a few of them would be a good idea. But this would be a nice place to start. And that's my view on it.
Can I just add to what Melinda's saying? I wholeheartedly agree. And, our space, our park space needs to be a place for everybody to have a sense of belonging. And so having more of these chess areas to play, like when you look at European cities, they have, 10 of these things sitting around, and they're always full, and there's always people there, and it builds community because there's a place for people to go. They don't have to engage in physical activity to do, recreation and connect with people. And loneliness causes more death than smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day. We know that connection and belonging are contributions to well-being. And so I would support, can you get them for $1,000 and put 5 in there? They don't have to be huge.
Whether it's 1 or 4 or 5 is frankly, I think, an operational question. If we have a budget figure, Recreation Committee can talk about it. Maybe a good step as well would be to see if we could form a chess club. And maybe the chess club could do some fundraising for whatever solution we end up with. Just a thought. I don't think the chess idea went over well.
That's an excellent idea. Do you play chess, Mayor?
I have.
Because we're looking for people for our superstars. And that would be, that's an excellent idea,
Yeah.
that if anybody, to just invite people and we muddle through.
I have an antique board as well.
Okay, we'll get you out.
My family has a couple of chess playing members. I'm not one of them.
No, I play checkers.
Okay.
My suggestion stands.
All right, we have made a note of that, chess table.
Yes.
Well, potentially.
Suggested.
Potentially. We'll review all of the various suggestions at the end of our debate. Who would like to go next, if anyone?
Well, we haven't heard from you yet, Your Worship.
No,
Because you're because I'm the referee here, and some people are saying what I would have normally said.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm on my green kick. Beware. We have this community climate action plan, which was developed in 2022. And one of the things we're supposed to do, and I'm reading from it right now, is to educate and raise awareness on electric vehicles and sustainable methods of transportation. And we should be leading by dipping our feet in this area ourselves. We've talked about this in the past, and I remember Mike's presentation about this perhaps 3 years ago or so. And the issue was, yes, but it's not yet time. And the problem was, I think, range, particularly when you're carrying a big load or hauling a trailer. And I think that still persists. But there is a room, I think, to dip our feet in this, and I'm not sure how best to do it. I know the county has done this. By dipping our feet, I mean purchasing an electric vehicle and learning about its limitations and its strengths. And so that would be with either Public Works, or it would be with education or recreation. And I noticed that Kim has a request for a vehicle replacement, and partly from reserves. So I don't have a recommendation which saves any money, but but I think that you know, it's time that we got into this, whether it's this year or not. But you need a vehicle, and I know that you sometimes tow heavy things, but most of the time it's probably a light duty vehicle. So I'm suggesting, or questioning, I guess, could you consider an EV truck like a Ford F-150 Lightning or something like that?
So this is neither a deduction or an increase. It's just a request that when it comes time to replace a vehicle, that a report comes back on the pros and cons of an electric vehicle.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure of pricing. I think the price that you've listed is 70,000. And I'm not sure whether we can get an electric vehicle for that price, or it would cost more. And you do have to have a charging station, but the typical charging station that you use at home, which is probably $1,500, is more than adequate.
Michael?
I think the F1, the Lightnings are running right around 96 right now that are available. And I think the Lightning, I don't know if Lightning comes with a stage 2 or a stage 1. But are you suggesting that staff come back with a financial report on this? Or would that be something that should go to the Climate Change Committee?
Mike?
Thank you.
To me, this is a fleet. And I really think I believe it falls under a corporate initiative action plan, right?
What's the implication?
Well, I think it gets, council asks the committee to add this one as one of their items.
Right.
Or it gets contained in a subcategory of the corporate action plan.
Well, maybe it's not appropriate to bring it up at this time, except that we are in the process of buying a vehicle.
I'll let the individual department heads speak to their EV comments.
Well, remember, we do, and I'll get to Elaine, we do scrutinize tenders, and if the next tender comes through for a gas or diesel-powered vehicle, there may be some pushback to go with an electric. So we will have an opportunity to intercept staff on this before they go out and actually
Yeah, but we should add
drive it off the lot.
25,000 to the budget.
So what you're saying is that this vehicle that is particularly in recreation it's not designated to be either EV or gas at the moment.
Well, I think the assumption is it's going to not be EV. I mean,
Well, that's the assumption I was making, but with what you're
gas.
saying, it could be either.
Because we don't have the infrastructure now we couldn't put it, you couldn't put a Lightning truck in the thing in the parking lot, could you? Wouldn't it need something different? Or you'd be sitting in the parking lot all the time and not out because they have to take time to charge, right?
I believe the F-150s, I believe, come with a home charger pack. I just don't know what level they're.
Every vehicle can charge on chargers 1 through 3.
No, I mean the F-150 in the purchase price has a charger.
Oh, well, level 1.
Oh, maybe level 1, so a trickle
Yeah,
charger.
they all have chargers, but they're
No,
mostly.
but I think the F-150 is part of the add-ons.
Okay.
They give you the charger, so you're not spending $1,500
So
built into the price.
It may be a level 2.
They give you a wall.
Yeah, level 2 is the only thing that's useful, otherwise you're in there for 2 days.
I don't know the ability for us to leave the truck attached to the charger in
Yeah.
a public
You need
charging base.
I don't pretend to be an electrician, but you need a 240 volt setup, and it's a 30 or 40 amps.
So I'm going to call on Elaine, and then I'm going to make a comment. Elaine?
Thank you. I think that any review of electrical vehicles that are town assets need to belong under our corporate climate review and should be with staff, not assigned to some committee. And I think, it's always an opportunity to have a look at these things and see what are the alternatives and are they better or not better for town use. So I just wanted to make that comment. So I'd leave it.
So can I-
And not only that, if it's part of our corporate asset planning and management, there are probably opportunities for funding that we can get specifically through different organizations to manage our fleet purchases, so.
So with respect to the budget, what is it that we're asking? To put more money in now, Ralph?
Well, that was going
Is
to be
that
my
what we're doing?
question was, is it the wish of council to put more money in towards a vehicle replacement?
On the suggested list, I've added $26,000 to the 70,000. This is a suggestion.
Okay. The other possibility is that we were taking a $10,000 budget for the climate change, and we were dividing it into two parts. One was a reserve contribution of 5. So maybe that 5 should come from, should be dedicated towards an electric vehicle.
Well, yeah, to me, I mean, if you want to put money into reserves for things that are reasonable and there, and we know they're really needed and expensive and everything, I think that's a great idea. This one then is asking for money into reserves, but the jury is out as to whether will benefit the taxpayer in the future,
We need a report and a thorough staff review of this. Committee, of course, can make a recommendation, but I think staff ultimately have to weigh in on it. So as a compromise, can I make a suggestion that we take that $10,000 that was going to go into the climate change reserve and put, it was just 5? Oh, okay. I'm falling short. So Fred has a suggestion that we can consider when we get to that point. Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, I think it's my turn.
Yep, go ahead.
I gotta look my notes up. Oh, boy, oh, boy. My third suggestion was to delay the purchase of a park truck, which we were just talking about, for 1 year. It was in the budget for 70,000 minus 48,000 from reserves, which would, delaying it by 1 year would reduce the tax levy by 22,000. That was my third suggestion before I heard the last conversation. So I'm not quite sure where that leaves my third suggestion, but that, going down my list, was my third suggestion.
Okay, well, let's move on to the fourth.
Okay. Try us for a fourth. Do you have another one?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, this is also going to get me in trouble. Delete the picnic table and shade at the Lynn Gibson Park, saving $10,000.
I guess, can I just reiterate about the parks? This is a park that sits there empty. We're looking for things to do with it. It's there. It's an asset, but it's not been used. We've had question period with a couple of questions over the last year saying, what are we doing with it? Could we do something with it? We got an unrefurbished baseball diamond up there, but no shade. So do you really need a fancy dancy baseball diamond to get your kids out there and play a little game of t-ball? No, but do you need some shade so you can bring grandma along to watch and have a picnic? Yeah. And then if you do put that little bit of money in to do that, which ultimately if something crazy happens, you could move the shelter. I suppose we could have that in mind the way we build it. And if it ends up not being used and so on, then that at least helps with the debate, which we do have a councillor who would like us to just get rid of that park. And so it would, I think to remove that at this juncture when we're talking about recreation for everybody is nickel and diming and misguided.
Okay. Elaine?
I'm sorry, Your Worship, what are we talking about? Because there's nothing in the budget for the Armstrong Park.
No, we weren't talking about Armstrong. We
I
were
was talking about Lynn Gibson.
Lynn Gibson,
My apologies.
yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. But because you brought it up, Councillor Davy, there is a beautiful shelter that sits up here empty and never used, and so it could be relocated.
Oh, okay, because
I agree with that, actually.
that's on the,
Moving
that's a labor cost in the budget, so we don't want to add that now, but, yeah, sorry, what's your nice word you like to use when people get muddled in together?
Conflation?
Conflate.
You're never been muzzled.
Okay, anything else, Fred?
Well, I go back to my original comment. I had a cut for Public Works, which is similar to what Ralph was suggesting, but not quite the same. Now we've heard from Matt about the efficiencies of doing both parts of the third line at the same time. So I'm unclear about my Public Works cut suggestion, except that I guess I'll look for someplace else, because somehow or other, I'm still not down under 10%.
Can I ask Deputy Mayor Nix where your being under 10% came from?
At the top of my head.
Okay, great.
Elaine? Anything further by way of
Well,
amendments?
Fred has declared his desire. And yes, at 2013 onwards till at least 2022, we were not budgeting enough and not increasing taxes enough, and it's put us in a place where we are right now. But from 23 to 25, the average was 7.77. So I'd be happy with an 8% increase, and I think that's achievable and reasonable given the climate that we are in. So I'm going to state that.
So what's your next cut?
Well, there are cuts on the table that would get us to that amount or lower.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting thing, and I remember last year when we were sitting here, and I asked the question, so if we make it 13% this year, what's going to happen in the future? Is this a one-off deal? And it was very clear in the public forum here that because of the artificially low rate for many years, on the backs of the Mono Town Council making decisions, but equally in the world of our artificial weirdness of COVID, what made prices go up and things have been, anything that's down's got to go up. And the response from our staff was that, no, this is something that's going to be going forward. And then we recently had a report from asking for our input on our asset management plan, and you'll recall, even if we borrow money for the asset management plan, never minding ongoing operating issues, there still is at least a 7%, right? There were the two possibilities. It's going to be 7% forevermore, or we do 10% for 5 years, and then it'll come down to 3%, right? So, but it's nice to have something off the top of your head, but I do think that it's really important that if we make these cuts because you don't want to do this, that, or the other, there still has to be something, which we've had the discussion now on a number of them, going into reserve as opposed to just making a zero number on our Excel spreadsheet so that the bottom line is some arbitrary number.
Okay. Ralph?
So I think we could add things up and see what we come to. We've had a fair bit of discussion here, and I can give that a shot at that if you'd like, Your Honor.
Well, when was it when we were going to agree on that?
Well, I think that you have to, I have to suggest something and then you disagree with it.
Okay.
Okay?
Sorry,
So,
Fred?
So if council's at
I'm
the
sure
point,
Les was keeping track of us, so
Elaine.
I would like his numbers if he had.
Elaine, we all have notes of varying degrees.
and that's why I thought perhaps if we take a short recess and give the treasurer time to add up the things, because there's a couple items here that are two different options for the same item.
Right.
Maybe if we just give staff 10 minutes to kind of
Yeah,
add that
let's,
up and bring it
Let's
back.
reconvene at 12:30.
We thought about 1 o'clock today.
I'm really good with.
Great suggestion.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Melinda, I have a very old
We're back live.
Thank you, everyone. We started the process today at 12.4%, down from a staff budget of 15%, already significantly amended to take out a number of items. We've had a really good discussion of various things to further reduce the budget. We've also had contrary views with regard to making certain that we have healthy reserves and that we keep up with recommendations of the asset management plan and the roads needs study. During our break, we were having a bit of a discussion with staff as to where we should go and whether we should call out each of the areas that we individually spoke on, or we could do what we've done in the past, and that is articulate what we want the objective to be, and allow staff to try and work with some of the concepts that we've been discussing, both pro and con reduction and increase of the budget. So what is the wish of, we've already had one member of council suggest that she would be comfortable with, I think, an indication of 7 or 8%.
Didn't we, before we went to a little break, give direction to Les to come up with something for us?
I think that Les is now asking us whether we would articulate in terms of a percentage.
To your worship, Councillor Davey, yes, there's a lot of numbers and depends how you want to move them around. It would just take a little bit longer than just a 10-minute break. So this, the suggestion is if council can direct staff, like what is council's end game? Like what is your final tax rate increase that council would accept? Without one change we did at the hall, where we changed the 110 to 60, we're at 11.9. So, so if council could give staff direction, what percentage tax rate council is happy with or acceptable, and then we know where council, we had the discussion, we know where council wants us to focus on, and then we could come back with the desired budget.
Yep. Ralph?
I'm quite happy with that approach. I think that the danger is that it's done outside of the reality of what we're actually including and not excluding, including and excluding, I should say. But given the things that we've talked about here, we have about 5 or 6 of them. I think that there's room to exclude those or parts of those without particular damage to our services or capital budget. And I'd suggest that we do go with the number, and I'd suggest 7.5%.
Okay. Any further thoughts, Linda?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that everybody would really like it to be under 10%, but you're just pushing the ball down the road. Next year, for the next council, all these problems are going to still be here and more, and it's going to be higher. And so when we looked at, when we looked at the asset management plan presentation workshop the other day, they had 2 graphs to show you that to get to the end, there's a couple of ways to do things. You can either go piecemeal along forever and try to catch up, thinking that nothing's going to happen, or you can really try to make up some of your losses with the idea that in the future things will be more manageable. And so we already know that these cuts that we've made today that bring you to your 7 or 8% are cuts that were not recommended by our staff at all, and that they are things that money will need to be spent in the future. And we know that, well, whatever, it's even 1% or 2%, just inflation, it's regular inflation, right? That we hope for it to be around the 2% things. So you can be assured that things will cost more. Versus we're at the point now where we're at 11.9%. We're taking a gamble on the HVAC thing with this, but at least we've got some money aside. But some And I think it's a big gamble, knowing that I was disappointed to hear they're 20-year-old machines, because, I mean, these things do break down. They just do have a life. And so if we're at 11.9, it's less than what we did last year. You've got to know that it is a number that we're going to be a number of years ahead of us when we're not here of increase. We're not going back to the 1%, it can't, 2% and 3%. It's not possible. And so this at least is in the right direction of getting us towards out of the hole without, yeah.
I'd like to respond to it.
Go ahead.
I appreciate your thinking on that. I think it's a bit faulty. We are, by getting more time out of something is not a bad thing. You know, if you can get more time out of your automobile, then you're saving yourself some money. You know, if you can get 10 years out of it instead of 8, you need to buy less cars over your lifetime, and that's less money. And that's what we're doing here. We're looking at things which can be extended, roads which can be continued to be used without significant loss for another year.
Okay, can I just respond to your response? Because you know from our road study that that's fault. That definitely is faulty.
No, it's not.
With respect to roads, that the longer you wait, the more freeze-thaw cycles you have, the more the road then is no longer just and I'm sorry about the terminology, it's no longer just a quick surface thing. It's oh my God, now we need not $1,000, $1 million per kilometer. It's redoing the whole road for more. So there are things where that doesn't happen. And with the car, you know yourself, that's why everybody leases cars, because the cars are always getting to be more and more expensive. So yes, you can put it off, but in the long run, at the end of the day, when you look back over many, many years and oh yeah, I only bought 5 cars instead of the 10, but I actually spent more money on the cars.
Okay.
I'm thinking sort of supposes, Your Honor, that you walk up to something and there's a precipice and you fall over. It's not that way. It continues on and it continues on, and it's quite possible for us to continue on with many of the things that we have for another year.
We have differing views of municipal governance and finance, and one of the ones that I'm always reminded of is our fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers. And yes, eventually costs do catch up to you, but I also believe that you extend the life as much as you can in a responsible kind of way. Anyone watching this, I would remind them that we took a $600,000+ hit in provincial grants over the past 4 years. We wouldn't be having this debate if the province had been a true partner to this municipality, and unfortunately it has not been. Fred, do you have a figure in mind?
Yeah, I'm quite prepared to go with what Councillor Manctalo suggested, although I personally would have said 8%. You know what, we don't want to quibble, something in that order. But I would suggest that Les could do that. You've twisted my arm, Ralph. I will agree that if we're going to cut the third line, we should cut both sections. I think in fairness, and that's a big cut, that Les could play with those numbers, I'm sorry, Matt, and cut both sections out of this year's budget, but then put a big chunk of that, or a chunk of it, I don't know how much, back into reserves for the following year. So it's not totally bleak for you.
May I?
Go ahead.
May I just remind you that if I interpreted it properly, Matt had suggested that he would like to put $500,000 additional on the budget to do the top layer of the Mona-Amaranth line, and so we'd be making a saving, which would be much less, and that's one of the considerations I think less should be encouraging, and that would allow us to not do the third line at all, but we would continue to we would complete 2 of the road sections that he'd like to, and I think it'd put a smile on his face.
I could live with that.
That makes sense, I think. And so my figure is 7.5 to 8. Elaine, did you have a figure in mind?
Yes, thank you. And I was just looking at the averages of from 23 to 25, that we had a 7.77% increase. And so 8% doesn't seem unreasonable. I know it looks big, but, I think we, as for fiscal responsibility, for the health of our municipality, I believe that we can keep the tax rate affordable with 8%, as affordable as possible, and at the same time preserve and sustain our beautiful town and its assets. And I do appreciate the conversation that we've just had. I always drive my cars into the ground, and then the day they die is the day I get a different one. And I appreciate that we have different views, because that makes it a rich dialogue for people to see that there are more than, it's not just a straight line to say, oh, here's the budget, let's go. And I do like the idea that if Matt wants to make any changes to his budget, he could select getting 2 roads off his list, which would be awesome. And I want to say I'm grateful for all the work and thought and expertise that goes into forming our town budget, especially by staff and Les. And I want to say how much I appreciate the collaboration that we've had from all of staff and council to be able to present a final budget and tax rate that will sustain the beautiful town of Mono, whatever that comes out to be. Thank you.
Melinda, do you have a figure in mind or a philosophy to articulate?
Well, thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. Yeah, I think that this year, I think, as I say, I've been around for 5 budgets now, and this one was brought to us with a different. There was not a big wish list of let's just throw something at them and see whether they'll take it. This was at the beginning, a well thought out, this is what will help to get the town back on the road. And you are suggesting now half of that, half of what they had suggested, right? You came up with 15 to begin with, 17, but the actual budget that was presented to us with the red things was 15. So now we're talking about being half of that. So only time will tell, but I think that the difference between 8% that you would like less to bring back and 12% is it's more than anybody wants to pay, but it would put us in better standing for the future. 2 roads, yeah, great. He had a smile on his face because there were 2 roads, but may I remind you that there are 11 roads, so 2 is really not, it's a part, but it's not really.
Yeah.
So that's, but obviously we can see where this is going.
So, Les, do you have enough to work with? And everybody is going to share in the pain. Everyone is going to share in the pain. It's not simply Matt.
We'll have a discussion at our level, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And let's be mindful that the province doesn't allow us to run an operating deficit, or they allow us to borrow money for capital matters. But unlike the province, we have to balance our operating budget. So we do the best we can, given those circumstances. So, having said that, we don't have a motion. This is an instruction to staff to come back with something.
So just to confirm council's direction, you're looking at a 8%. Thank you.
Yeah. With hopefully some contributions to reserves that we can point to that show that we are trying to plan for the future as well as survive the current situation. And mindful that not everybody's going to like even 8%. We will be criticized very harshly for 8%, in my opinion, but I can defend it.
By a few. Right, I mean, there are residents who have reached out, who do appreciate that this is not just for today, that this is for the future. When Elaine says the lovely, heartwarming things about Mono, it does depend on there being a future. And if you have no money, then you're going to have to borrow. And then it doesn't matter what council wants, you got to pay the money back.
Mike?
I think the instructions are definitely, we hear it loud and clear. Les has enough numbers now that he can probably work with reserve contributions. But I'd like to have that small leniency that we respect all the individual councillors' wishes and come back with an amount that we think is being representative today, as opposed to locking us into 8. Les needs to really try those numbers, and 8-ish would be preferred, right? And that gives Les a little more leniency, because to get to 8.0, we're just going to end up cutting something else, and we might want to leave. Staff needs to look at these projects that were discussed today, and look at what would be an appropriate. I'm really happy that council's setting aside reserve, giving the staff the option to put reserves in, as opposed to 100% cutting. And that reserve contribution, I'd like the treasurer to sort of assess with their directors to make sure that we can get this close to 8.
That's fine.
Okay. I think we're good. Schedule A. Oh, pardon me, Shelburne Library draft budget. Any thoughts on the draft budget for the town of Shelburne? Mindful they have a new librarian there?
Yes. Yeah, I've been to two meetings of the Shelburne Library since I was appointed. I had to miss one. And then one with the old and one with the new CEO, and it looks like things are going to be good. But as we've said ad nauseum here, things are increasing. Though they did have in contrast to some other entities around, they have had a new memorandum of understanding that they've been working through, not signed yet, but working through with Shelburne to try to share and perhaps minimize some of their costs, to really stick to the functioning of their library service that they're offering. And so these are modest increases, but increases nonetheless.
And just apropos of library funding, the provincial grant towards library funding has not increased in over 30 years. Yeah, over 30 years. Yeah. Anyway, going on to Schedule A. A number of us have indicated what we would like to address on Schedule A, and I'm going to ask Elaine to go through her list, which is... First item is number 4.
Thank you, Your Worship. Number 4. So there's a lot of words and a lot of back and forth words, and it's kind of like, okay, what I really want to understand is what is the bottom line impact to Mono.
We just don't know.
And I don't think it was number 4, it was it's number 4. So what's the bottom line impact?
We don't know yet.
I don't think we know yet, and you know, the province overlaying an agency to supervise or police the conservation authorities, to me, is red tape and bureaucracy that is totally unnecessary. But Fred, you've delved into this in
Well, I was going to report on this subject under councillors' reports, because I now have the suggested comments from Credit Valley. So I can do it here, or I can wait.
Yeah, let's do it now, and
All
one
right.
last thing to address later.
I did write a small report of the last Credit Valley meeting, which I didn't get into Mr. Simpson in time to get on Schedule A, but I emailed you all a copy. So you know we talked about this amalgamation of conservation authorities, And certainly, we are concerned. I can't go into the details as to that meeting. I can tell you my personal views. Credit Valley will now join with Halton Hills, Hamilton, and Niagara. That will create a conservation authority of close to 5,000 square kilometers. The total length of it will be about 170 kilometers, and it'll be somewhere under 3 million people. That's a very large organization. Now that Credit Valley has given me their draft, well, not draft, I guess their comments, which have to be in by December 22nd, I'm even more alarmed. They point out just things like, if you think of 4 existing conservation authorities going into one, they each have, staff, organizational charts with job descriptions and salaries. And in some cases, some unionized workers and some not. That all has to be melded into one organization. It's going to be a horrendous administrative job to do all that work. Think of the IT component of each of the existing conservation authorities, where they may have contracts with this company to look after their IT or whatever, and different systems, different computer systems. That's all got to be amalgamated into one. So there's going to be an enormous mix-up and cost of joining these 4 conservation authorities. The other thing that really concerns me is all the lands that these 4 conservation authorities own will be taken over or by the new regional, the Western Lake Ontario Conservation Authority. Think of the legal costs of that, but it's more than that. Some of the lands that Credit Valley may own, say down in Brampton, the city may want to, let's have a park here. Conservation Authority, you got this land. Well, they get together, Credit Valley owns it, but it's basically a municipal park. Now it's going to be taken over by a regional conservation authority with headquarters down where? In Hamilton or someplace? Think of our own Island Lake Conservation Area, which, yes, we're a small voice in Credit Valley, but we can talk to them about Island Lake. So, for example, when they first put the entrance to it, they said, you got to enter from here, and here's the admission fee, but, we're making a concession to the town of Orangeville and the town of Mono, put a parking lot for you on here Ontario Street. So they gave us 3 places where we can enter that Island Lake on our own without paying a fee. Now, I'm not saying that won't happen in the future or that things will change, but now we'll be dealing with an organization that owns tons of land all the way from here down to Niagara Falls. And, and this brings me, I think, my final point. There are going to be, in this new Western Lake Ontario Conservation Authority, 27 lower-tier municipalities and four regional governments. That's 31 municipal governments they're going to deal with. They're probably going to have a board of directors of, well, the number that's suggested to me is under 30 people. I doubt that they're not going to have one of 30. Here's the point. The town of Mono will not get represented in this new conservation authority, nor will Amaranth, nor will East Gary. I represent all 3 municipalities. So we are going to be charged a levy every year by a very large conservation authority over which we have no input and no say. I'm totally aghast at what the province is proposing. I did ask the clerk, but I can't do it today, is I think we should put a comment in by the December 22nd deadline. Now that I have CV's, Credit Valley's comments, can we, between now and December the 10th, kind of work out a comment that we could put on the agenda for December 9th? Or is that our next meeting?
If there is, certainly I'm not qualified to be able to draft those comments. So as long as they can be drafted by a competent authority, they'll be on the agenda.
Well, if I can pick and choose out of the Credit Valley's comments, plus make our own point that one of the reasons for all of this amalgamation was because some municipalities have up to 3 conservation authorities they have to report to, and we want to reduce overlap and duplication. Well, folks, we're still going to have 3 conservation authorities we report to, and they're going to be very large organizations over which we have little say. So I'll put together some sort, it'll be a fairly simple draft thing. I'd like to run it by you.
I'm happy to help.
Okay, thank you, John.
So Elaine, does that cover off the issues?
Well, I just want to clarify. So the province, first of all, dictated this, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
And now, how much is the province going to cover of all of these costs, expenses of bringing this into being?
None, and not only that, the new regional, the provincial conservation authority that'll sit over the 7 conservation authorities will be funded by levies to the 7 conservation authorities, and those 7 conservation authorities will get their money by taxing the local municipalities. So we'll be paying for it.
And the current rate
Well,
of conservation
I
authority.
think some strong messaging to the people at City Hall, without mentioning any names, needs to be,
So you
Present.
start from the premise that we're currently supported at 1% or less by the province. Okay, less than 1%. And now they're doing all of this. It's just madness.
yes. Somebody told me that they're trying to wipe out rural Ontario.
Well, yeah.
And then,
So NBCA is having a board meeting. This is obviously on the agenda this coming Friday. There are a lot of things that are not clear to me. I guess looking at ourselves, actually, what will we have a pretty good relationship with NBCA, and NBCA knows what they're responsible for. It's not clear to me what they're going to be responsible for anymore. Apparently, there's going to be municipal representation. I don't know what it means. So I'm more, you're probably further ahead than I am on this, Fred, but from my reading, I don't understand how this is going to actually look. I'd be happy to work with you on some kind of a response.
Melinda?
Thank you very much. Yeah, yes, I would love to be one of the people sitting on the meetings to know exactly how everybody feels, but we do have you guys being our representatives, so I do count on you giving us back information, please. I mean, this is another case of amalgamation of something, and nobody ever likes it when it happens, and there's always an ulterior motive as to why somebody thinks that it will be better, and I just, looking at the sunny side, which is my personality, we have complained over the time that I've been sitting listening to this, that, there's not consistency, and that presumably if you had one overseer, that they have said what the makeup. So we have complained that they act not always together, and the NVCA is not as responsive when we want it, and whatever. There's been some inconsistencies that I've heard about over the time. So I can only assume if we've got 3 of the conservation authorities that we answer to or answer to us and we interact with, all the other municipalities around in Ontario must have the same thing, and that it would be nice if there was oversight. They've said pretty clearly that it's not going to be provincially appointed, or MPs that are going to be, these boards will be made up of the people who are interested and have expertise. So I assume the people who are already on these ones will, some people won't have a spot at the table anymore, but I'm optimistic. They've said that, and we have to wait and see. But I mean, really, what kind of control do we have and over how much we pay for it anyway? So. I think we should be in a kind of an optimistic wait and see, as opposed to just saying that it's ludicrous to do it, because they certainly have the power. They are going to introduce legislation, and every time that they've done that recently, they've rammed things through, and then we need to see how the fallout is. But I don't know that this is definitely going to mean something different for Mono, but for sure, the whole idea of the conservation authorities, they are standing in the way of some of the things that the province has wanted to do, right? So.
In the province's opinion.
In the province's opinion, not here in Mono, but in some of our neighboring municipalities, and certainly I'm sure in other areas of the province that I don't know anything about. So, but we got to wait and see.
The simplest solution is we all hand our keys into the province and they just run everything. Anyway, I'm being glib there. Item 10. Elaine? Item 10 is the resolution from Stone Mills having to do with the emerald ash borer infestation. And they're
Sorry,
calling
I
for-
didn't turn my mic off,
Yeah.
on. Thank you, yeah, thank you. So that's exactly what it is. And so they're asking that the provincial and federal governments establish a dedicated fund to assist municipal governments in addressing and managing the removal and replanting of trees because of this emerald borer manifestation. And so I wanted to understand what the breadth of issue this is for Mono. And then I would like to ask that we also join their petition for funding for this
I'd like to
cause.
support it as well. I think it's well intentioned, and is very similar to what occurred in the 1960s with Dutch elm disease, when there was a provincial program in support of municipalities who were dealing with dying trees on road allowances and that kind of thing. So I think we should support it, Ralph.
Yeah, I pulled this one too. I agree with you, Mayor Creelman. I think it is a big problem for many people. I personally have a portion of my bush that's got about 20% elm, and I don't, or I should say ash. I don't go in there on a windy day anymore because they're going to come down sometime. One of my neighbors has spent, I think, about $4,000 removing ash trees, which were going to fall on her laneway. And I put in a full day repairing a fence at her place because an ash tree fell on it. It is an expense. I'm not sure. It's always a good question for me. Who should be paying for what? When is it my individual responsibility to take care of my property? And when should I expect some assistance? So I guess you should expect some assistance when it becomes particularly onerous, and that's what has happened in here. So I'd very much support sending a letter of support for this particular issue.
Fred, can we have a simple motion to support this initiative of the municipality?
May I propose the
Right,
following?
Your Worship? Sorry, my question was, how much of this is a burden
Well,
for
I can
our
ask- I can
forests?
ask Matt, but it's a burden for the entire town. I can assure you the answer's, this is pretty serious stuff, right?
I just told you what it was a burden. I tried to tell you what was a burden for individuals.
I'm trying to move.
Yes, I appreciate that, Ralph. I just wanted to know in a town, like for our own forests.
Before we ask Matt, I mean, we're having the forest work and so on. I mean, I too have a bush lot or a wood lot and have spent many multiples of $4,000 to repair the damage that's been done by them and to try to usurp the damage, and I'm burning the wood. As we speak, I'm burning ash in my fireplace now.
In my stove.
As I have cords and cords and cords and cords and cords, and have sold cords and cords and cords of wood. And in Toronto, which of course has just got that microclimate a little bit different, being an hour south of us, the city back in before COVID, so 5 or 6 years ago, was removing all of the ash trees before they fell on people. And so it's interesting that this municipality that is further west or further east and north than us they're feeling the effects of it now as this bug is marching forward, just like Lyme disease has marched up from America to us, right? So I have no problem with sending a thing, but I too am interested in Matt's. I mean, it's kind of it's already has been a problem, and we've already dealt with it. In fact, today on my way here, there were people cutting down the trees that are on the road that are dead, right?
And Kimberly weigh in as well for trails.
Yeah, so council will recall, I believe in 2018, there was quite a big amount of the budget that went to the roadside cutting of the ash. So Public Works and external contractors has got ahead of it for the most part within the right-of-ways. Last year during the harvesting, we did add an item in there for ash separately, so that the contractor cut any dead or dying ash trees within the forest tracts that we harvested, which worked out pretty well. We didn't receive a high dollar value for them, but they were removed, which is value in itself from a risk management standpoint. So we have been addressing it. I did talk to Rick Grillmeyer at NVCA last year and our town forester last year about what's going to happen with the emerald ash borer and the Dutch elm, and we had the moth there a few years ago. They don't really know what happens. They're cyclical. I know the moth is every 7 years. So I know my bush at home was devastated. There's a lot of people contacting Public Works with these. I think we're going to see them more and more. I think they're going to come. There's a lot of these infestations coming from different places, and we have to address them and try to stay ahead of it as best we can. And but they, like Rick and the town forester, they didn't know where it was going with the ash. I have some trees at my property. They get to about 12 feet tall, ash, and then the leaves are gone. They're dead, and then they just fall over. So it seems like they're still kicking around. I don't know if they'll die out and get a disease or not, but that's potentially what happens with the moth. I know that we had in Mono in the area. They get a disease parasite and they all die out, but I don't think this has been the case.
Can I clarify just for this? So that's not the case with this one. This is a new guy that has never been here before versus that one has been here since the 80s. And so, how many bug generations do you need before you get evolution, right? So these emerald guys came and they only eat the ash. So they went around and they've eaten all the ash, and I can tell you that the woodpeckers are really enjoying the emerald ash borers because they've got, it's bananas. I got the big woodpeckers and the little woodpeckers, and they're just going to town. So then the question becomes, okay, well, so are there enough woodpeckers to control them? And the evolution of if all of the ash is gone, are they going to then move on to something else, or are they going to die out? And so one of the interesting things, because this has been around for a number of years now, one of the interesting things is that the way they go in and they bore and they create it, and the reason why it's a problem is because these trees grow so quickly, so fast, so tall, and then the death happens at the bottom. So then they fall, the whole thing falls over, and they're very, very tall, so they'll knock you out. So I cut down a whole bunch of them before once I saw the one guy, then I started cutting down trees. So the tree at the bottom is not dead. And so they're beginning to grow back. And so the big question that the foresters had, because I just had my forest plan redone, so the guy was telling me all about it, that the jury's out on whether the trees are actually going to be able, in a combination of maybe the emerald ash borers will be able to eat something else, maybe the woodpeckers will, whatever, and maybe the ash are actually going to be able to grow a little bit back. Not the huge, big, tall stands that we've had, but that they will come back. So it's very interesting. So I think we should support it, but I don't know that Mono has anything to particularly gain from us telling everybody that they should pay for it.
Okay. I don't think it hurts. Again, the precedent was set in the 60s with Dutch elm, and we actually have some magnificent Dutch elm that survived around and are flourishing, which is quite remarkable. Anyways, next item you indicated was 14. And that
Your Worship?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Did you want to pass does council wish
Yes,
to move a resolution on
I
that
think
subject?
Elaine will move that.
Yes, I would like to move that. Thank you.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead, you have a wording.
The resolution I put forward for council's consideration is that council for the town of Mono supports and endorses the resolution passed by the Township of Stone Mills, calling on the federal and provincial governments to establish a dedicated fund to assist municipal governments, private organizations, and property owners in effectively managing the removal and replacement of trees as a result of emerald ash borer infestation.
And Elaine would like
Fabulous motion. Thank you, Fred. And yes, I will move
Do we
that.
have a seconder? Councillor Mantalo seconds. Any opposition? Motion passes.
Okay. And your worship, if I may suggest, a resolution to sit past 1 PM may be in order?
Yes, I so move, seconded by
I say no.
Melinda. We'll be done shortly. Any opposition? Seeing none,
Yeah.
we sit past 1 o'clock. Okay, next item was item 14, and I think I can head that one off at the pass. That has to do with the recycling carts. And be patient. I think there'll be an announcement sometime in the next 48 to 72 hours. Elaine?
Your worship, I do want to support this letter. I have seen either in Municipal World or in Democracy Caledon or some news feed that I get that Circular Materials Ontario were not very good with their listening. And they put out bins that were the oversized ones, even though they can customize the size of the bins, they can make it easier for people. And I just wanted to make sure that we support this letter that was written from the warden to say that we want them to listen and pay attention and do what we ask.
I'm going to suggest that a motion is unnecessary, given what I know about this.
Okay.
Mayor Post and myself have been working on it for 2 weeks now.
How am I going to know what size to choose?
Well, that's the good question. And two problems. Number one, the province set the date, the rollout date of January 1st, which is absurd when you think about it, to go.
Yep.
Snow's not a problem. And number two, Circular Materials dropped the ball in terms of its communication with the public. Very regrettable letter was sent out by Green for Life, which basically said, if you don't start using these things on January 1st, we're not going to pick up your recyclable materials. And oh, by the way, don't think of putting your recyclable materials into the garbage bag because we're going to catch you.
I didn't get one of those letters, so I guess it doesn't apply to me, thank goodness, because that's right after Christmas. It's going to be a nightmare.
Can I ask a clarification just for, so, because I've been kind of concerned about that as you, to having two parties collect stuff, and, you know, like, it's a great thing that you put it all out in Mono now and once a week, and they come around a number of times to pick it up during the day, and it all gets picked up. So GFL is going to contract still to be able, Circular is just the overseer of it all, and that
Circular
GFL will be the
contracts with
operation?
Green for Life.
So it'll still be, okay, good.
Correct.
Thank you.
No change in terms of the pickup.
So the pickup's going to be at the same time, or is it going to be separate?
No, I think it will be no change to what we currently experience.
But it's going to be every 2 weeks now.
Well, that's what they say in Simcoe, but we're assured that it is every week in Dufferin. Yeah. So we don't know why Simcoe fell off the rails. Simcoe had a real pushback on this, like it was pitchfork and torches over there.
Okay, great.
Okay. So item number 15 is the Conservation Ontario Bill 68, Elaine. I think you had that down.
Well, we've dealt with that.
I think we've essentially dealt with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good, thank you.
Ralph wanted to talk about the Emerald Borer issue.
No, we've covered
We've
that.
covered it, we've covered it. So are there any other items? Fred didn't have any. The mine have been covered. Melinda?
Everything I was aware of,
thanks.
your worship, has been covered.
Okay, thank you. Reports of members of council, staff, Fred?
So we do need the resolution to accept Schedule A, your worship.
A motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda, moved by Councillor Davey, seconded by Councillor Magdalow. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Reports of members of council. Shall we start with Les? You have lots to report.
Just one item, Your Worship. Just a reminder, while we're on budget, Watson's will be back at the next council meeting to finalize the asset management plan and make a presentation.
Which plant?
The asset management. We had the workshop last council.
Okay.
So they will have the final, based on council's direction, to go with the two scenarios.
Given how busy that meeting is going to be, is that something that we can put off?
No,
We
it's
have a
something we
deadline,
have
don't
to
we?
do it,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Okay.
And will that be before the final budget discussion? So in case there's something in the management plan that's glaringly obvious that we should do something different?
Usually delegations are at 9:15, so based on the clerk's schedule, I'm assuming it'll be before the budget.
Okay. Matt?
Yeah, thank you. So, the town's drinking water licenses for both Island Lake and Cardinal Woods are set to expire at the end of the month. We've been working with the operating authority and the ministry to solve some outstanding items that were incorporated into the financial plan earlier this year, as well as the water budget that was passed. The ministry came up with another item that they wanted us to address that was brought to council probably about 5 years ago with respect to contact loops at the Coles and Island Lake drinking water, Coles and Island Lake pump houses. And it was just with respect to contact time and how it was achieved. So they want it addressed. We went ahead with the design with the town engineer. We got some cost estimates to do the work, and then the individual that was off at the ministry was away. He was away when we reached out to him to finalize the change, or the design change, and it was deferred to another senior engineer. The senior engineer changed the process, reverted back to the interim process that was in place to measure the contact time that was for the water leaving the system and going out to distribution. So they've raised this item again. We thought it was satisfied with the current SOP, with how we measure the contact time, the chlorine in the water. They're saying that we may have to revisit the design that we had come back, that we had completed with the town engineer. 2022 numbers for the cost for that was approximately 200,000, about 100,000 for Island Lake, 100,000 for Coles. So Mike and I have a meeting scheduled with the ministry tomorrow afternoon to try to iron this out, with hopes that we could continue using the interim SOP, standard operating procedure, for measuring the water and the chlorine in the water. Or if they're really going to push heavily to implement this design that Burnside completed for the town. We don't have costs for the revised. So I just want to give council a heads up because it was not included in the 2025 financial plan. So there's potential. I don't anticipate it being immediate implementation, but they're going to be looking for a kind of a timeline of when we could get that put in.
Ralph?
What are you referring to? What's the contact with?
So in the plant, the water comes in raw from the well, and then it's injected with chlorine, and then there has to be a period of time that the chlorine absorbs into the water.
Before it's distributed.
They want to ensure that water doesn't reach the distribution if it drops below the level that's acceptable to the ministry.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck with that meeting. Every time they change a rule, they should pay for it. Anyways, Kim?
But hang on. Sorry. But it wasn't changing a rule. It was changing a rule, and which made you doing something about it, but it was that something got put back that by a guy who wasn't following along.
There is a difference of opinion between
Right.
the senior engineers that were
Right.
off. So I agree that it needs to be rectified and firm, whether it becomes a final approach with our interim SOP, standard operating procedure, whether that gets implemented fully
Right.
and accepted in the drinking water license and the drinking water works permit, or we shift to the design approach with the cost and the construction and
Yeah.
whatnot. So
Right.
I agree that it needs to be rectified and hope we could resolve it tomorrow.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification.
Just very quickly, letting council know that recreation staff are busy with starting to get the skating rinks up and running again this year. So boards are being delivered and liners are being delivered, so that's great. On the programming side, we started our first guitar circle last week, which was well attended. I would say there was approximately 16 people there. Program for seniors, again, led by a senior, at no cost to the town as far as paying the seniors, or paying the instructor is concerned. So really happy to report that. We're also running the second session of the Qigong classes every Tuesday and Thursday, and we also have yoga classes now running as well on Mondays and Wednesdays. And tomorrow night we have a sign workshop going on at Menorah. So busy as far as programming goes, and of course gearing up for Winterfest. We're also looking at trying to increase the awareness of our snowshoe lending library. We have 40 pairs of snowshoes that are available for people to rent at no cost. I shouldn't say rent, borrow. People are able to borrow them at no cost from the town, from a Thursday through to a Monday. So in order to try and get the word out about that, we're actually going to be having a moonlight snowshoe close to the end of January that we'll be inviting people to attend. And then we're also floating around the idea of having a moonlight skate in February sometime. So lots going on, both programming-wise and facilities are, especially Menorah, extremely busy at this time of year. So there you go.
Thank you. Fred?
I have nothing, Your Worship.
Mike?
So your emergency control group had our legislative training yesterday, so the town of Mono is all up to compliance with respect to Emergency Ontario. Had a really good speaker, Matt Pegg, from, Deputy Minister? Deputy Minister of Emergency Management Ontario. He led the campaign with the City of Toronto during COVID. And now he's Deputy Minister, but he did a really good discussion on mental health and how emergency services members and municipal staff and everybody in general should be well aware of your own mental health. So it was very good. Matt and I met last week with Brookfield to discuss the odors and steps moving forward, and they're committed to monitor and to look into other options should there be a requirement for it. So we're continuing with preparation of our letter in the December mail out, which I'll be putting. Matt and I will work together on that. And then I spoke about the OP update earlier on in the session, and our consultant planner on that matter will probably do a couple of workshops with council to help guide you through what's expected and what you can start to think about for the future of Mono. And that's good.
Mike, if I could just return to Brookfield. Monitoring by itself doesn't cover it, frankly. I think we've heard there's a problem there, and other steps are required. That's my opinion based on what I've heard from the residents.
So
you don't need to respond.
Thank you.
I just want to put that on the record, lest somebody watching says they're only monitoring.
Well, right, but to clarify though, that they're not, right? Like that, it is something's going to happen.
They're assessing the extra alternative. There are other alternatives, and the monitoring is important. But Brookfield is definitely working to optimize the plant while keeping in direct caution of the odors as well. So.
Okay, Melinda.
Lots and lots of things with the recreation that Kim has commented on. We're, of course, looking for volunteers for Winterfest, and also anybody who wants to donate to Winterfest. We've got coming back this year at Winterfest will be our fat biking demos. So you can get out there on a bicycle in the snow. That will be fun after you finish snowshoeing, after you've finished trying the cross-country skiing. Like I said, I missed the Shelburne Library meeting, so I'm looking forward to the next one next month. And we have difficulty getting quorum. There are so many meetings for everybody on so many committees. We're having difficulty getting quorum for the recreation complex in Shelburne, but rest assured it's up and running. And if you're looking for doing some skating, there's opportunities there to do that. And the fire boards are still cooking away, but providing service. There was a terrific tree lighting service or ceremony or event at Rosemont the other day, where the volunteer firefighters were all there, and the big truck. It was all very fun. The kids were able to have their picture taken. So it's important that people in town know about these events, so they can go out, because you could actually, put yourself up onto the fire truck and talk to the firefighters from Rosemont. And that's it.
Thank you. Ralph?
Just one item, the Climate Action Committee applications were quite good. There were 8 people who applied, and Melinda and I and a unnamed staff representative will be interviewing them next week on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I think the representative has just opened his mouth and silently mouthed me.
You just confessed.
And that's great, Fred.
Thank you. I had, thanks to Jake, I was in touch with Bell regarding internet to the Mono Community Center, and a harebrained scheme I had to maybe extend it beyond the boundaries of the community center. Turns out to be impractical, so they are anxious to go ahead with the solution that was offered to the town with regard to upgrading our capacity here at Town Hall, as well as running a line to Mono Center. So I just wanted the council to be aware of that. I think that it's covered off, but Bell is chomping at the bit to get going on that.
Great.
Is that correct, Kim? So seeing no opposition to that, I think it's a good offer that we've been able to get from Bell.
I just will remind everyone that is part of the budget, and so not sure whether or not we should wait till the budget gets passed, or...
Can I suggest that we don't, because an offer like that doesn't come along every day?
I'm in total agreement with you. I just...
And no one suggested that go on the chopping block, so I think we all know the need for internet to the community center.
Fabulous.
Are we all right with that, folks? Forever?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That community center is so important, because we're going to go skating there next week when you get them all up.
It was only delayed so I could bounce my harebrained scheme off Bell, and they set me straight quite quickly.
And what internet process will they be using?
They'll be using fiber.
Fiber.
They'll be using fiber, and our capacity in terms of pipeline in Town Hall, I think, doubles as a consequence of their plan.
Great.
And that will solve a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's that and the recycling cart update. I've dropped a few hints there, but I can't say much more than that. Thank you. Fred?
Yeah, I have 4 things to report. I'll try to be quick. On Credit Valley, I've already told you the main things about Credit Valley. The only thing I didn't mention is we're having a special meeting on Friday to discuss further this amalgamation idea. I will work with Ralph on preparing our comment letter. The second thing that I have to report, which John has already alluded to, is the county meeting tomorrow. This motion about lowering the planning function from upper tier to lower tier. I have some problems with that, but I've talked to John about it, and I think that motion is going to be tweaked. And I was actually going to ask council for some direction on this.
It will be.
But I think the motion's going to be tweaked to the extent that I think we're going to ask the province about this because, okay, I'll just leave it at that. So I'll go along with the motion as it's been tweaked. The third thing I wanted to report is last Friday I went to the Homelessness and Housing Forum. It was very good. There was 4 other politicians there, Janet Horner, Chris Garrett, and Elaine was there. I'll just quickly read the speakers because it gives you some sense of what's going on at not just the county level, but what in Dufferin County. It was Carol Barber from the county who organized the session. It was really good. One of the speakers was Jennifer, I didn't get her last name, but she talked about this youth wellness hub, which has already started to operate at the Isle Center. More on that later, not today. Lisa Newman talked, and Julie Martin. Lisa is with SHIP, the ones that took over the motel. They talked about the Heart Hub, which is about to open in a week or two, again at the Isle Center. Heidi gave us a talk. She's from the Hills of Headwater Collaborative, and she talked about care days. I confess I didn't know about this beforehand. It was quite encouraging. Kate Martin.
Care days?
Care days, they set up someplace in Shelburne or one of our community halls, and they just open the doors. It's various desks. People can come in with any particular problem, housing, employment, or whatever, and they will direct them to the right people. They've had fairly good, and they extend down into Caledon. They've had fairly good attendance. I think about 250 people so far have attended. I had never heard of these care days before. Kate Martin, this was a fascinating presentation. She's our community paramedic. I, again, confess I didn't know we had one. She basically is an ambulance driver, but what do you call it? A soft ambulance. She'll go out and do the soft calls, which saves a lot of time for the real, for the more expensive ambulances going out. The example she gave was she had one person who'd had a hospital bed installed in their home for medical reasons, and that was fine. The person couldn't get into the bed. So, of course, she phoned 911. Well, instead of sending an ambulance to get this person, the community paramedic goes out and, in effect, gets that person into bed. Jennifer McCollum was there to talk about telecheck, which I didn't know too much about. It's a great program. They have 50 volunteers phoning people, the people that need phoning on a regular basis to make sure they've taken their pills or whatever else. Becky McNaughton was talking there about changes in the building code. She's our she's the county building code enforcer, and and she's going to give the same talk at tomorrow's county council meeting. And it's really quite interesting. The question I asked her, and I mentioned this to Mike and Fred. I've already mentioned it to Fred. Is the province now allows more than one house on a lot if the services are there, and they will allow tiny houses up to 400 square feet. Right. My question to Becky was, that's all of this is great because it increases the housing stock and it increases housing to people who say don't have 10 kids and need a great big house. Are there any of our zoning bylaws in Mono that are standing in the way of this? Okay, and there might be, and we might have to do some cleaning up. That's not a subject for today. Elaine Capes gave a talk on from the Dufferin County Equity Collaborative perspective. James, again, I think his last name, he runs the Ontario Works program for the county, but his talk was on the homelessness prevention program. So all in all, look, if I walked out of that meeting and someone gave me an exam on the things I just heard, I would fail. There's too much detail for my tiny brain. But the overwhelming impression I had as I left was we in the county itself, but other agencies are doing a tremendous job with the resources we've got of looking after either homeless people or people who need some housing help. The last thing I had to report on was the Shelburne District Fire Board, which there's a meeting tomorrow called by the town of Shelburne. I think Melinda's going. Mike was going to go, but he's tied up. I didn't put down that I was going to go, and I'm not sure I can change my mind, but I'll just tell council they've sent out an agenda, and what surprises me is the discussion tomorrow is going to be about the 2019 agreement, not the original agreement. I can't tell you more without going in camera, but I think that maybe gives Melinda a problem, because I don't know what you're going to say, Melinda. And we'll discuss this more.
I think it's important that somebody be there to represent, so
I
that,
think so,
because when
too.
you get a synopsis from somebody, you've always kind of missed it. So I'll be there.
Yeah, but I'm not going partly because, well, as Melinda knows, I've been, at 2 of these meetings, I've stated Mono's position. There's no use in my going and stating Mono's position for the 3rd time. And then what Shelburne has historically wanted to do is talk about their buyout offer and how they've figured out their financials. I'm not interested in that subject, because I'm not interested in the buyout. I'm finished.
Elaine? Sorry, Elaine?
Yeah, thank you. So, because we've delayed some of these things at different meetings, I'm not sure if I've reported things or not. But anyway, just going back to the fire board, I just want to mention, they used to hand deliver flyers, notifications to the residents of events. That's very expensive, and so they're doing their due diligence. And so now they use their big sign that's out at the side of the road on Highway 89 near the fire hall that announces the events that are happening. And instead of doing the calendar this year, because that's expensive as well, they've done a newsletter. And all of the representatives at the table on the board have committed to sharing that information through our website. So I'd like to thank our webmaster for sharing those out. Winterfest, Kim, I'm going to send you a little something. I made a contact with an OPP who is part of a special task force. And so it's a special unit. I'm going to send that to you because maybe they want to come to Winterfest to show themselves off. And then also, yes, Fred, the last name is Jennifer Moore. She is the Executive Director of DCAFS, Dufferin Child and Family Services, and she is in charge of that Youth Wellness Hub. And the Care Days, it's a mobile care service. And I think the county reps know, but this hasn't been shared out broader, that the Edelbrock is converting to be a hub that provides physical, mental health, and social services. And so this Care Days is an extension of that fixed hub. And Telecheck also reported that they had 70,000 calls out to people. You can register. They say 55 and over, but if you want somebody to call you to help you, remind you to take your medications, check in on you because you have fall worries, it's a great, great, great community outreach. And so that's, I want to have one thing, Mr. Mayor. I don't know when the next OPP whatever board meeting is, but I've had 2 people share stories with me that were in accidents when we had some bad weather, that they were obviously traumatized by being in these accidents. They did not get a card, a business card from the attending OPP officer to let them know who they even were for any follow-up. And I find that a little concerning because, as I say, these people are traumatized. One person, their vehicle was seized. They didn't know where it went. They didn't know who to call. And so I think it's worth asking the question about, do attending officers to accidents provide a card, a business card with their name so that people can make contacts and say, what happened?
It's a very good point, and I'll raise it at the next meeting, which is coming up.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Notices of motion, any notices of motion? Seeing none? Oh, Elaine, sorry.
Yes, I'd like to make a notice of motion that we investigate the sale of the Hockley lands.
Okay, can you put that in writing to the clerk?
I will,
Okay,
or, for next year.
okay. Anything else? So, no in-camera matters. I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 21-2025, held on the 26th of November 2025, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. And finally, I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 2:40.
No, 1:43.
Oh, pardon me, yeah, sorry. My screensaver was blurring me out. 1:40 p.m. Mover by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.